Hello, hello, hello. My name is Koban Wanko. I am a yokai Inugami police officer VTuber. And today, we're going to be making a bit of a chibi model. We're going to go take it on over to Blender and let's go ahead and get to it. So, earlier today I wanted to try to make an overlay that made Blender a bit bigger, but for some reason, I couldn't figure out where to place everyone. So I could, if I place myself over here, it runs into some issues with like, some UI elements could get that far down. And when I say go to make a mesh here, I can't exactly use the left-hand side either. So I don't really know what I'm gonna do with that. But I might end up having to make a better overlay for this so it's easier to see things. But let me go ahead and delete that real quick. So today we're going to be making a chibi that is similar to Honkai, the dorm feature. They've got these little cute models that all the fingers except for the thumbs are combined together, so it makes like this little like winter mitten effect. And the feet themselves are just they're just kind of like little blocky. They just kind of stick down there and maybe have a little bit of a toe in there. So I kind of like that. It's really cute. It should be nice and simple to try to stream while making that. Just to start off with. I didn't want to do anything huge. So let's go ahead and get started. So I'm going to add a mesh, and I'm going to add a round cube. Change the radius to 1, and this should get us started. So we're going to put you in the wireframe. Grab this, and this will become our head. So let's try to make the size roughly what they have there. I might need to move the reference forward a bit. Which reference is this? Let's see. This one. Let's move you forward quite a bit, and move you inward a little bit. Then prevent the grabbing of these. Okay. Let's see. That's a little better. I can start seeing the shape a little more. So we're going to grab proportional editing up here. Let me real quick. Kind of wanted to hear the music myself. Okay. We're going to pull this on up on the Z. Drag all that up there. Make sure the X is on for mirroring, and we're going to turn off the welding. I'm just going to pull this out. Maybe a little less out. This is what we're working with. Here it needs a little bit of room for the ears, and pull that up a little bit. Got a little bit of an egg shape going on, so let's check the side. Yeah, let's go ahead and fix that by pulling this out here. And we're going to start by pulling this down to make a bit of the chin area here. And these references lined up enough? Think they might be. And we'll know soon enough. So I'm just going to pull this down a little more, hoping that this will become the mouth area. And pull that out a little bit. Just try to get a little bit of the curvature going. And then we're going to scale this on the Y to 0. Scroll this down. Let's rotate this a little bit. And maybe grab this line and pull it up a little. Because what we're trying to do is we're trying to get at least a little bit of the base shape of the head area here. And I think this will do for that part. So from here, we want to turn off the wireframe. And to make sure everything's symmetrical, we're going to completely delete one side of it and add in a mirror modifier. See, we're going to generate, mirror, and then enable the clipping option. So nothing clips through. Okay. And from here, I'm going to erase these. I'm going to get rid of these faces right here, because I don't really want that. I want the actual shape of the head. And to that end, we're going to grab this entire area over here. And let me just hide the plane. I had the plane there for later when we put feet in. Let me just P to separate these. And then we're going to hide this back half so that it's easier to see on a wireframe basis. Okay, while we're in here, we're going to add a circle. Let's give it, I think 8's a good amount. 8? No. Maybe 12? Yeah, that looks like something we can work with. We're going to rotate it on the X. Oh, hold on. We have to disable clipping and merge so that we can grab this and... Ah, it already merged. All right, let's just add it again. Mirror. Oh, X. It is way too early for me. Clipping and merge back on. Pull this up and rotate on the X again. So for this, I want to pull in this empty here. Since we're gonna... Hello? You want to move? Ah. There we go. We're gonna pull in this little empty and try to align it just a little bit. There. That should be good enough to get us to have an eye placement in here. So let's... Oh. Turn that off and turn connecting only on. I've always wanted to make a chibi kind of like this. They seemed really fun to make and not all that detailed. Granted, there's plenty of detail painted on, but like for the rest of the model, it's not anything super complicated, so it seemed really fun to make. Pull the eye in. Gonna move this outward a little more so we have a little more room to work with. And we could probably turn off the wireframe for now. So if that's where the eyes are going to be, let's go ahead and extrude and scale. WW. Extrude and scale it out. Add a little bit of geometry in there for us to work with. Control plus. Probably be good to turn on my screencast keys. There we go. And from the top here, let's rotate this like that, just to try to get a little bit of the shape in there. Gonna X-ray and grab this and turn on proportional editing so we pull the eyes in a little bit so that we get a little bit of an eye contour going. Yep. we'll be able to fix it up later on once we get a little more detail in. Let's go ahead and pull this around. It does seem a little off. Let's go ahead and grab these. Where are the empty settings? Alright, I'll just hide them. Need a little more workable room here. Just gonna pull these in a little bit. I need a little bit more breathing room. So our first connecting edges will be right here on the side of the eyes. And we'll adjust the shape as we go along. So right now, I'm just trying to get some decent topology going, something that we can work with. I'm not really all that concerned about the shape at the moment. Let me merge this. Right now, there's not a whole lot of topology that I'm working with at the moment, but we'll add a whole bunch more. The basic shape is definitely the most important thing right now. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I were to go like that and hit F. Nope, I need one more. And there we go. That's a little more evened. Add two lines up there, and then... Oh, nope, that's too little. Okay. We can work with that. We're going to add 2 lines in here, 2 lines up there. There. That should give us a little bit to work with, and now we're free to connect the bridge of the nose area. And since this is the bridge of the nose, we're going to pull this out a little bit. And let's pull back the side reference. Okay. So we're going to grab the whole bridge and scale this up a little bit. The wireframe. Okay, we're pretty close. And we'll pull out the front of the head more. And let's kind of even this out a little bit. Grab all of this and my favorite tool, the smooth tool. Just click and drag. Let another line in there. And pull this out. Because we need a little more workable space here. And since these aren't connected yet, let's go ahead and bring this up and try to connect them. Because the entire forehead area, the only loop that really matters is like this loop here. Yeah. So right now, we do kind of want to... Let's not converge it there. Let's add a loop in here and converge it there. And the reason why we're doing that is so that we can create a more favorable loop in here. Okay. Subdivide there. Better idea. Let's just go ahead and extrude this outward. Merge that at last. Let's turn you off for a while. Because we need to get in a loop in here that circles the entire circumference of the eye. Might need to modify this a bit. We definitely will, but the importance of getting topology in the right way first really matters. Hey, Very. Yeah, let's go ahead and get rid of this segment here. Seeing as we actually do need to get the eye in the right way. So from here, we should be able to connect this area, that area. And yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's the direction we want it to go in. Because we're trying to get a very specific shape in here. And that shape is a mask, if you will. Not going to worry too much about how it's kind of protruding a little too far right now. And we'll need this to move down a bit more. Yep. Let's move these lines down a bit more so we have more control over them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works. You never want to go more than 5 in the star. I hear that it's really bad for animation, so I just tend to avoid it. I try to listen to the advice of my peers. And from here, I would like to create a star so the cheekbone is a little easier to work with. So in here and there, I can connect these two. Let's see. Okay, no, too early, too early. Because we need that mask. There we go. So this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a mask around the eye itself. And then this interior loops here. And then this loop. Hope you've been well. Saw the debut VOD and the Gachapon lore. Thank you. I worked really hard on that. Oh my god. That was pretty crazy. Making all of that in 3D was definitely a task and a half. But it was worth it in the end. I thought it looked really good, and it just really matched in style. It just made more sense as you know, a character artist in 3D to just make my own thing and just go with it from there. And since it's all unified in style, I personally think it looks a little better than if I went with someone. Let's see. We're gonna move this out. Gachapon chat representation is cursed and I love it. Yeah, that was the point. I want it. I purposely I have them as like animatable 3D models. So if anyone ends up ever having like any ideas for like other really cursed like poses or character faces, I could just make that real quick. Okay, I think it's very important right now that we go ahead and get the mouth in. So 12 should be good. We do not want it to have uncontrollable mirroring, so we're going to delete that one side. And grab that, rotate on the X. And then we'll scale this down just a little bit, pull it in. Gonna try to get it to a decent shape. Let's make sure, yep, auto merge is off. Pull this way in. And these two way down. And we're going to move them closer to the edge of the mouth. And let's try to get the mouth in place. So if we line up the eye again, the mouth would be right about here. Let's check our other reference. Line her up a bit. Yeah, a little lower. About maybe there. I'm gonna grab this edge so it doesn't deform all that much. And we're gonna scale this down quite a bit. We're not working with a whole lot of topology on the mouth right now, but that's fine. And then I'm gonna just use this smooth and just smooth it out quite a lot. And that fixes the shape. So the mouth would be right about there. No, a little lower. We're talking about the nose here. Check our side reference. Where is it? There we go. Line up the chin area again. Man, don't you love it when references don't match? Alright, we might have to eyeball this. Okay, we'll put the mouth right here for now. Add in another loop. We'll go ahead and extrude outward the mouth. So that'll be a regular mouth loop. And we'll just try to straighten this out a little bit so it's easier to control. And turn off that wireframe. We'll add another loop in here. And the one thing we know for sure is that this is going to connect here. Add another loop down here. This should be the spot where the star starts to form so that we have more control. Apology, you are a fickle beast. Just gonna add another line in here, because we know the nose needs to combine together eventually. Line you up a bit, get you over there, and scale you in. First part of getting into character modeling IMO is not being able to rely as much on references anymore. Yeah, seriously. The worst part is when references are like, but no, you did this wrong, but I followed you. What do you mean I did this wrong? Yeah, like, it's just, when I made the Bonanus model, Genshin character, weird name, I know. Like, essentially, there was no references that matched up to the model itself. All of them were just, like, really funky. Let's get rid of these for a moment, because we need to get a primary loop in here. So, this loop here needs to go around the outside of the mouth, so around the jaw area. Let's kind of ignore the placement for now. And then we'll combine it in here. Oh. Nope. 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 Back it up. Because that needs to be in there. Yep, there we go. And we might as well allow it to have a little more loops in here, just because it's easier to control at the end of the day. Ah, yep, okay. So we're going to delete this one and just add in more loops around the mouth. Just a bit more for us to work with. Because we don't really want the, okay, well, fuse together, please. Okay, there we go. We want this one to be at least somewhat straight. Yeah, like that. That's fine. Because this curve in here is better off as close to being as straight as possible with the edge of the mouth. We're probably going to add a bit more. As long as we get the primary loops in there, the current shape doesn't necessarily matter all that much. Okay. So I'm going to add one more to the mask area. This one line here. So it gives us a little more flexibility with where this is. Hello, empty. So I can pull this pretty far back. And then pull you up a bit. By the way, how long have you been into 3D art? About 6 years. I did quite a lot of other things in 3D rather than just this. I've done poly modeling, sculpting. Primarily for 3 of those years, I did models for 3D printing. So having to change my thought process to, you know, involve more topology was a little bit of a challenge, for certain. Ah, you. Where did you come from? Yeah, in 3D printing, you don't actually have to care about topology, like, pretty much at all. Just because, 3D printers are so good at what they do, it's kind of scary. You can make something that's so topologically dense that it might make your computer lag, and they'll still print it well. I believe the error margin was like 0.001 nanometer, which is insane. It's like almost, it's like so a number so ridiculous that it's hard to believe. So a model that would normally like lag your computer, if like you don't have like a super high-end model or a rig, it would be perfectly fine for 3D printing, and that just blows me away. That's just a possibility. I wasn't aware of that. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, trying to involve more topology into my work is like more. It's like I know the process, but the game itself gets changed so much that it's just like, oh, probably should add this in there, or add that in there. And it's like, let's go ahead and add in. I'm just going to take it to the top. A bit of nose bridge in here. I have a 3D printer, but I haven't had time to make anything for it yet. Yeah, in hindsight, maybe I should have made a model for printing first, because I know a little bit more of what I'm doing when it comes to that. This one needs to be a lot closer. But I figured since there's quite a lot of people who know exactly what they're doing already in the creator space, it might be fine to have someone who doesn't know exactly every little shortcut and whatnot. Just, you know, start trying to make models. Because I understand where the flow of topology needs to be. But as for, you know, how to do things the most optimal way or the fastest way, I'm just not there yet. But hey, it's all a part of the 3D journey. Like, there's some parts of this journey that you just kind of have to, like, step back and say, okay, well, I don't know everything that I need to know. But that's okay. I'll take it one step at a time and just keep pressing forward. When I was back, none of us know what we're doing. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. That's really fucking true. Like it hurts to admit, but yeah. Let's go ahead and dissolve this here. We probably want to have that right there. No. Yeah, because we need that loop, and we want this to go straight down. I might need more loops in here. Just maybe. That's sometimes one of the major issues when it comes to topology. You just don't have enough loops in there for it to make sense. Yeah, that's better. Because at least we have the loop around above the nose. And I should probably take this. Add another loop in here. Yep, that's fine. So now it's changed direction. I've been using Blender for about 8 years and just learned last week about control select existing. Oh, that ain't that true. Ain't that just the thing? Yeah, as 3D artists, we're just like, oh, this is a thing? I never knew. I should have known, but I'm too stupid half the time. Sometimes it's just, you know, I push my luck and things work out, and then other times it's like, oh, I actually need to learn something new today. Okay. And then just buckle down and grab a coffee and just sit there for the next, like, 3 hours. Watching some YouTube video or something. Speaking of which, I really do, like, there's a lot of messed up things in the world right now, but trying to learn something on your own has never been better. Like, you can actually learn so much today that you couldn't possibly have learned ages ago. Like, you would have, like, there's a lot of things online on, like, YouTube, or even just free courses on, like, was it Gumroad and all those other places, or just free assets that you could just download and learn from. And the environment has changed so much that it's actually astounding. I always learned something that would have saved me a ton of time right after I finished doing it the hard way. Oh, we're just a couple of hardheads, like going, yeah, I could do this. Wait, there was an easier way. Okay, let's shade her smooth and see how we're. Okay, well, okay, let's fix the normals. That was scary. Okay, I might want to move this down a little more, just to have a little more control to the nose. Because if I make this the front part of the nose, you can see how we have a little more control on the curve. And it still makes sense because we still have the loop going around. So the primary loops that we want are this one going above the nose, this one going below the nose because it makes the mouth, this one going around the eye, this mask here, and from there we need this loop here. So that when we have, let's see, I could use a little more control in here. So let's subdivide in here. I want to merge that at last, and then let's subdivide. Oh, hold on. Let's subdivide this line here. I'll pull this out, and we'll join these together, dissolve that line, and we'll add in another loop in here. Sometimes topology at the very beginning is just do it quick and dirty. Like, you get better results for just trying to do it the fast way and then playing around with the shape after the fact. Yeah, because now I can bring this part of the nose down. This doesn't have to be so far out there to get the right shape, which is better for us in the long run. I did a little bit of practice for the face topology, because I haven't, honestly, I've never actually made a chibi before. But I know anime face topology, and I figured I might as well try it. Why not try it on stream? Because if we couldn't fuck up, like, we wouldn't be artists. Like, the whole point of being an artist is have the ability to mess up and still carry on. So, if I make a mistake on stream, then, you know, it might make people feel a little more comfortable with trying things out themselves. Just because we don't have a very big community for 3D that, like, really communicates with each other. Outside of the people that are already in, like, guilds. There are a billion times to learn everything that doesn't work, so you can't figure out what does. Or so you can figure out what does. Yeah, definitely. And it's better to learn together than it is to learn separately. Because if I'm out here trying to solve a problem, then, you know, put a couple of heads together and try to get it right is better than sitting here and just trying to figure it out myself. So I'm going to pull the cheek here and just try to get a little bit more of a recognizable mouth shape in here. Probably pull this in a little, because we kind of want to even out where the topology is on the mouth, so we have better control. Yeah, that seems a little better. And one tactic that... give me 1 second to fix up this part of the mouth a little more. Just move things around a bit. That I like to do is this line here. Definitely helpful to learn from other artists. Yes, yes. I did a specific. Like I've got entire different workflows. Yeah, that's true. That's very very true. Typically, I prefer, since I'm from the, like, 3D printing world, I like to do the traditional method for like more realistic characters. Poly modeling is not necessarily my initial go-to. I go to sculpting and then I retopo because I actually have this really nice add-on. We take a short break from this. Let me save here for a hot moment. So if I were to grab a mesh in a circle here, or sorry, a mesh in a round cube, I do anything I can to avoid sculpting. True. And while you do have proportional editing as your friend to avoid as much sculpting as possible, there are certain sculpting methods that make things easier. Like if you were to add, if you were to use a multi-resolution for sculpting after you have the base mesh in, did you know that a multi-resolution actually lets you reshape and apply as the base shape after you've sculpted? In addition to that, it also lets you, instead of applying it from here, you can actually go into one of the bake options. It's been a while since I've done this particular thing, but one of the bake options lets you what's this? Save displacements in external? No. Use custom normals. That's helpful. One of the bake options lets you bake a multi-res to the base mesh as a normal map. So it's actually really, really, really helpful. Because then you don't have to mess with your base mesh, and you can actually use the the subdivisions here, and then basically instead of applying it, does it show up now that I have? Let's check. Where are the bake options? That's the render options. I have an add-on for baking. It's actually a really nice add-on for the sake that it can actually bake out PBR materials. So it's actually really nice. Let's see. Outside of Simple Bake. Probably gonna have to come back to that. But yeah, I used to do it all the time in previous versions of Blender before 4.0 released. But instead of apply, you can bake as a normal. I think I've seen a video on how to mod fireworks before, but I've entirely forgotten because of how little I sculpt. Yeah. But because of this, like say I subdivide a couple of times, and then I were to start like sculpting something crazy, like let's really bring it out there. If I were to hit yeah, let's apply as base, and then I were to go all the way down in subdivision outside of sculpt mode, it will actually apply it. And that way your normal map will not be screwed up. So it's really good for like having to sculpt cloth. So let's say like you're working with a subdivision like this to sculpt on your cloth. Because this is kind of like, I've seen like a lot of VTuber models, and they tend to be about this dense with like where their topology is and whatnot. And what ends up happening is like you'll be able to apply the base mesh after you were to sculpt in the cloth. So if I were to grab like the draw sharp and just try to sculpt in a little bit of something that's like somewhat cloth-like, the generic like X patterns, the Y patterns, and all that sort of thing. So we get a little bit of something in there, and I hit apply as base. I can then get rid of the modifier, or in this instance, okay, don't get rid of the modifier before you apply. If you don't have like a lot of topology. But if I applied it at 1, it would have been perfect for smooth shading. Yeah, move back on over to the face. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah. That's one of the funny parts about, like, you know, tutorial videos and whatnot. How it's the amount of takes that they have to do. Like, every time I made a new model, like the Ollie model or the Bonanus model, because they're models for animation, I had to explain what all the handles did. And, oh my god, every time I tried to do one take wonders, it just didn't work out. Because there was always something that I messed up on. I would just like trip over my words or something, and like I'm like, okay, well I got halfway through that feature. And I was like, oh, man, maybe I should do it in bits. That modifier is pretty cool. I could see how it'd be useful. Yeah, because essentially it lets you polymodel, and then you could sculpt it whatever detail you want, apply if you need to, and then just bake out the normal and not care, because it won't affect your mesh. So, in actual practice, if your like meshes, like say like the cloth is already made, in theory you should be able to do it on even a model that's already rigged, because you're not affecting the base topology at the end of the day. You're just using the modifier to generate a normal map, and then removing the modifier after the fact. So in theory, you could go back and add more wrinkles to your clothing and make a much more detailed normal map. Granted, we both know that we definitely don't want to have to modify a model after we're done with it, because, or at least done with that section of it, because it tends to be a lot harder to fix things after the fact. But if you ever run into that situation, at least there's something that could save the project. You know, like a client is like, oh, I want more detail on the clothes after, like, things have already progressed past the point of no return. I haven't gotten to rigging or animation yet, but I know it sucks changing a model if you already textured it. Yeah, there are some workarounds around that, like say using duplicating parts of a model and using a solidify modifier. You know, like how they make people usually make clothing. That's a very, very good way of adding props or other details after you've already done everything else. Can we lock on the Y? Yes, we can. You are not looking smooth enough. So let's make you pretty. We may not need a particular add-on that I have for this project, because we're not doing a lot of, we're probably going to try to not do a whole lot of retopology. But I do have an add-on that I really do love to use. So, for instance, let's say this face shape is, it's all right now, but let's say if I fucked up the topology quite a bit, I can still keep the face shape. I could hit it with, say, like a subdiv, and then we get something, you know, nice and smooth. I can add a new mesh here, and just for reference, this modifier, not this modifier, this add-on is actually free. It's called Draw X-Ray, and so what I'm going to do is grab this over, move that over. Let's add a mirror. And I'll turn that off and turn on snapping to face project. And you'll find it over here, draw X-ray. And what it does is it colors your retopology in a method that doesn't get in your way. So it makes it so much easier to start going about with a retopology because it's not all the same color as everything else. And while you could, say, add a new material and color it and apply it to that and start doing it in this mode, you still have issues because it's still kind of clipping through until you add a shitload more topology. Well, if I just instead use draw X-ray while I'm in edit mode, I actually don't have to do that. It's being confused right now. There we go. The add-on wasn't confused. Blender was confused where the normals were pointing. So yeah, this add-on's actually really nice for Retopo. It's a GitHub download. But yeah, it's just called Draw X-Ray, and it really, really helps. Especially if, like, you have the shape right. I'll have to look into that add-on. Seems incredibly useful. Yeah, because the traditional retopology method... Oh, hold on, let's get rid of that subdiv. Bookmarking that immediately, yeah. The traditional method, like, it doesn't even show you like this. Like, Draw X-Ray even works, like, on the base mesh here to make it more visible. And you can actually change the face's color, the highlight color. So if I highlight anything that's yellow right now, this is base settings, by the way. I just downloaded it, hit this, and this is what you get. So even out of the box, it's already really good. But yeah, that's my go-to retopology add-on because, not to throw shade at some other retopology add-ons, but they, when I used, let's say, like, Retopo Flow, I bought Retopo Flow a while ago, and I tried it, and it turns out that it, like, I don't know why, but it really lagged my computer. Like practically unusable at the point in which it was lagging, and I was like, how? Wait, why? This is supposed to be for retopology. You know, the part of it that's not supposed to take up a lot of resources. What are we doing? But yeah, that's another thing that I kind of wanted to do, like, because there's a lot of people doing everything from scratch, and they're like, oh yeah, I use no add-ons and all this, and it's like, okay, if everyone goes that route, then nobody knows how these add-ons work and how they function and how good they are for improving your workflow. Like, paid ones, ad ones, like, let's say you run into some money, you're like, oh, hey, I think I might want to get something to improve my workflow. Who's using what? No one can answer. Because they're all like, oh, I'm doing everything from scratch. We're probably just going to keep this back of the head thing here for reference. And I'm not saying that from scratch is bad. It's really, really good for speed. Like, if you're really trying hard. Luckily, the X-Ray has a Blender 3.6 version. I'll have to switch to the new LTS eventually, but I haven't felt like it yet. The amount of add-ons that I have makes that feel more real than you know. Because I have a huge amount of add-ons just to help with my workflow, because I really like making 3D models, but there are just some parts of it that, you know, I'd rather have either automated or help me with, because I like making bigger projects. I like doing things that, you know, like I like making lots of like clothing and accessories and trying my best to make really cool things that like maybe push the boundaries of what 3D can do. Like, sometimes I don't push those boundaries, but other times I'm like, I wonder if I could actually get away with making this shoelace actual geometry. Is it smart? Maybe. Maybe not. But I'll try. I'll try to see, like, how much it would take up and what the impact is. Because if we don't experiment as artists, like, what's the point? Because I'm all for, like, trying all sorts of cool things. Just to see how it works. Let's see. I think we got a decent shape in here. I might end up having to add in more geometry for the eye to improve the cheek shape, or pulling this forward a bit more. But in general, I don't think I have many add-ons personally. I don't like the new modifier menu. Actually, there is a free add-on that changes it back. Because I'm, really into checking out, like, what could help with my workflow. I'm really, like, in the know about add-ons. So, literally about a week before, after they changed that, some crazy guy decided to make a, we reverted the menu back add-on for free. And all the comments were like, you're a god. I actually loved reading that. It was really funny. Personally, I actually hated the new modifier menu until I just kind of got used to it. I know that's not usually like that's not really like a good thing. To just try to get used to things that may not be as intuitive or useful, but I'm fine. I'm not going to, knock the program for trying something new, because that's how we got the grease pencil, and that thing is insane. I love seeing those animations that people make. Okay, we're going to pull the eye back a bit here to try to get a little more of a cheek going. And more other being add-ons to bring it back, but I haven't heard of the reactions. Oh, yeah! It was so funny. Yeah, they were like, this man is our savior. Okay. I think it's time we get a little bit of the eye going in here. We've been stuck on the face for a little while now, so let's get the eye and mouth in, and we'll start worrying about the chin and everything else. Go ahead and pull that back. We're going to pop this one out. Pull this one in. And then a cheeky little trick about the eye is to create another loop in here, but then scale it down just a little, like not a whole lot, but just a little bit. And then pull it in a little closer so that it has just a little lip. And that ends up looking a lot better in the grand scheme of things. It also gives you more room to work with, because you can actually just grab like this, these edges right here, and say when you're shape keying, you have the proportional editing tool on, you could pull these up, and now you have control that you normally wouldn't have over a larger section of the eye. So let me just add a couple more loops in here, because we don't want to move the very outer loop. So let's go ahead and pull that out a little more. Just even that out a bit. One of the things to note about the mouth, and especially the eye, is that you want to have quite a bit of topology to work with in here when it comes to these particular loops. At least 3 I find is okay, and then the one on the inside, so that it makes it easier for you to do like a close eye animation and whatnot. Because the last thing you want is to affect this much, because then you start moving parts of the nose and the cheekbone, and it just becomes a little too much. So ideally, these are the ones you want to affect. And normally, the one thing that you would run across that might cause you to make more geometry than most other parts of the body would be the top of the eye. because when you start making a close eye animation, the top of the eye moves a lot more than the bottom. So let's see. Let's go ahead and let's grab this and that, and we're gonna hide that real quick, just so you can kind of see the parts that will actually move. So when I, do modeling for animation, the top of the eye ends up going about that far for this kind of expression, and the bottom of the eye goes up a little bit. But when you want to go, for something a lot deeper, you kind of have to go like that and pull up the topology a lot like this. And try not to do so much that I can't undo. Yeah. So not entirely correct shape, but it's still kind of the curve. But when we start looking at it like this, it starts getting polygonal over here because we don't have a lot. 3 is okay because you can kind of fix that shape. But if you had like 2, it would get really hard. So that's one of the things that like makes the huge difference between your eye closing animations, is just enough geometry in there. The face is one of the most topologically dense things. This is very good to know. Yeah. Where the way I studied is I actually the model that I made, the Bananas model, was actually a case study for Genshin, and I wanted to know how close I could get, and it turns out about 90-something% accurate. Because I took a look at the model at the end of the day, and I took a look at the Genshin models, and I'm like, I don't see a difference. I think I've done good here. And in order to get there, it took a lot of studying. I could not have gotten there without some community shaders. Apparently, the Genshin community and the Hoyoverse community in general, the MMD community, has these really amazing artists that make these shaders for both Blender and Unity that will absolutely blow you away. And for instance, if you could get them to work for your models, for let's say for VTubing, you wouldn't actually have to make an inverted hole outline yourself, because the Unity shader has a built-in inverted hole outline generating system. I do not know how they coded it. It is literally black magic to me. But yeah, it's actually really, really good. There are some features of it that you could just straight up ignore, because there's a feature in it that lets you, say, do shadows, like do basically custom shadows for lighting. But VTuber models fake their lighting, so you don't actually need to use that, so you don't need to make the outline shader sounds insane. Yes, it actually is. It's the same shader, it's just that if you don't plug in the input for the shadows, it doesn't make shadows. So it's like really easy to use. And as long as you don't need, like, say, real-time fur, like Liltoon. Liltoon's insane for real-time fur. I saw a demonstration of that, and I was like, holy shit. You could make, like, Senko from that Fox Girl anime. It's her tail would be like just as fluffy. I'm like, how does this handle in VR chat? A trick question. It doesn't, because all the hair is rendered in real time. So if you ever wanted to lag other people out of VR chat and look good doing it, just be like, oh, I made a really nice tail. They're like, I can't load in. What are you doing? And you're just like, shut up, I'm fabulous. Get out of here, peasant. But yeah, because the hair in that one, it's handled better than Blender. If you've never worked with Blender's hair system and the hair particle system, Little Tune, dyslexic. It actually is really, really, really good for hair. It's just that you end up taxing VR chat because the engine's not meant to handle it. It's fine if you're like making a game or something, but yeah. Just one of the funnier things that you can mess with. VR chat would definitely die. It might be possible for just a dedicated VTubing setup though. Yes. Yes, it is. Especially if you were to try to save on assets by making smaller hair assets. Okay, to solve this, we'll dissolve... Okay, can I dissolve that edge, not delete it? And then we'll make an edge here. And just kind of pull this in. Oh, I know what's going on now. Yeah, that's fine. I just need to grab this, scale Y 0. There we go. And now that looks flat, which is kind of what we want. So at the end of the day, the texture work is going to do lots of carrying. So I'm just going to scale this as far in as possible. Oh, we missed one. Pull it all the way in. And maybe pull this out a little. Yeah. That should be fine. Or we can try dissolving that. There we go. There we go. We can use a supportive loop if we really need to, but we don't. It looks like we don't need to in this instance. When it comes to 3D anime characters, if they look like alien creatures, you're doing it right. Yeah, that's fact. It is actually kind of insane. Let's kind of smooth this out a bit. And if we were to bring back, what's her name's empty. I don't think I need to make like like an actual generic lip. Maybe just a tiny one in there. So let's see what we can do about that. So I'm just going to go ahead and extrude and pull this in so I can start messing around with a lip. Going to make the mirror modifier apply. One thing about the mirror modifier is if you don't do on cage and you try to scale, you're going to notice that it might screw up sometimes. But if you have on scale, it's guaranteed to grab both edges as if they were actually there. One little thing that I ended up noticing one time, I was like, "What? Why isn't this scaling properly? What's going on here?" Just gonna have to fix the lip a little bit. Pull this in. Pull this in. We are trying to align the mouth as much as possible. Thank you, Blender. Your zoom function functions. You usually rely on 3D cursor. Yeah, 3D cursor is extremely useful. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of things that are really, really good with the 3D cursor. Okay, now that we have a bit of a mouth shape in here, I'm gonna do a bit of a cheat code that I learned when making like the mouth. So when making mouth animations, if you only have one line right here, you tend to get... let me fill out the mouth first. I'll explain a bit. Let me scale this up. Now the smooth is actually functioning, so when I grab this and scale it to the Y, we're actually going to get a much smoother shape than what we normally would have if we were to not have the modifier on. Because for some reason it bugs out smooth. I don't know why. But, you know, we work with what we work with. Because when we don't have the mirror on, this is fine. But if we were to, say, try to smooth, we get this crease in here. And I've noticed that on some meshes, the crease isn't as much if we end up having both of these as selected at the same time through the mirror modifier. And of course, we could just scale it on the Y to kind of fix that issue. Pull this back. We'll scale it on... Oh, yeah, this is a major issue. Sometimes if you're trying to scale on the Z when the mirror modifier is not fully applied, it might depend on the normals, it might depend on the mesh itself, it might depend on how Blender's feeling that day. Because we all know how that works. They might end up causing some issues in here, but if you just let the mirror modifier affect both sides, then we tend to get a little bit more control. Yep, scale, pull in. And instead of finishing this outright, we're going to fix a bit of something real quick. So we can kind of see it now. Let's see, can we see? We can see it better here. When you have your mouth open, at certain parts in the character model, you're gonna get this crease here, this edge at the edge of the mouth, and that does not happen in reality. The reason being is because we only have this one edge to work with. So once we're to this point of the body, hold on, fix the nose real quick. Once we're at this point in the body, we can grab this entire edge and just bevel it a little bit. And then just kind of edge, edge to edge, and... Okay, I don't know why that's not working, but whatever. We'll just click and drag them both in. So we have more control over this edge here. And we want to make sure that this is not turned on. Do not turn on auto merge. This will screw it up later. And then this little edge here will just kind of distribute a little more evenly. And not only will that give us a better face shape, or more verts to work with in our face shape, which lets us have a better distribution of everything, and, well, the normals will look a lot better at the end of the day. Because the less geometry you have, the harder it is to custom normal. Which is why you see a lot of geometry in a lot of VTuber models, at least from my understanding of it. Every time I try to do the custom normals, it tends to be a lot easier if I have more dispersed geometry in there. And so if we end up doing it this way, what we get is something that we can completely control once we get to this point. So when the mouth starts opening, auto merge sometimes stuck between being either extremely helpful or extremely harmful. Yeah. So when we get to this point and we want to create an animation for the mouth, if I were to grab like this part here, and this part here, and this, you can kind of see how if I were to go like that and then scale this outward as well, we have a very smooth mouth crease. Granted, you know, you want to be a little more careful with what you do with the animation, but, you know, just for the demonstration purposes there. That's why I like having this little crease in there. And for the internal of the mouth, it's actually pretty easy and very helpful to have. Because from here, we just grab this back edge here, and then we'll scale it on the Z. And this edge can end up fusing to the other edge and helping us create some really nice geometry in here. Because then it just fuses back here with this curve that loops back around like that, loops around here. And that means that if we wanted to add more creases in just the mouth area, we could. Granted, it affects the eye, but then we can just add one up here. If you wanted to affect just this part, okay, it loops, and it loops, and it loops. This one will loop once the mirror modifier is okay, and so will that one, and that one. So if you actually need to add more geometry in the mouth itself, this structure on the inside really helps. And if you say we're needed to have structure right here closer to the edge of the mouth, when you add one up here, obviously you don't really, you may not want this going throughout the entire body, but you could always just delete this part and then just terminate it up here, where it may not be the most beautiful geometry, but when it's terminated up here, it's not going to be affected by any animation at all. So it's perfectly fine to not have perfect geometry. Because the only time it really matters for your topology is if it's going to be affected by animation. Also, if you absolutely need to auto-merge for something, you could just scale up the model while working on it initially. Yeah. The only thing you want to avoid when touching auto-merge from this point is, like, these verts over here. And there is a method to fix that. You basically just change this threshold to something very small. But at the time, I don't think we need to modify that. So the number one thing to make lips look good is to try to line up the verts. So if I were to, like, say, hit face on these, we can already see that one's not very aligned. So if I were to, say, move this over here a little bit, now we would have a better understanding of the geometry itself, and it will look better. Oh, not face. Let's go scale Z. When the mouth actually closes, something like that, it looks a lot better. Granted, we'd be a little more careful with the shape key, but, you know, demonstrations are demonstrations. A little bit of upward lip protrusion. The bottom lip is thicker than the lower lip. Oh god, this song is giving me PTSD. There, I'm listening to the music with everybody. Figured it'd be a little better to listen to what everybody else is listening to this time around. Yeah, I just love Terraria. Sorry for jumping topic, but yeah. I'm thinking about maybe doing a challenge run on it. Maybe if I could figure out how Small Ant was doing his like I like to watch a lot of his runs, and Small Ant did a really cool run on Minecraft called Lockout, like several times. Let's add another loop in here so that we can increase the size gap of the lip and then smooth that out a little bit so we have a little more lip control. And basically what it boiled down to was he had this list of objectives that he had to do, and he tried to fight somebody with these list of objectives, and they were all like achievements for Minecraft, or like certain things that they had to gather, or killing each other with a certain way, or anything like that. And yeah, I thought that would be really cool to add to Terraria in a way. So if I could figure out how to do that, that'd be really nice. Challenge runs could be extremely fun. Yeah. I mean, I personally have almost 800 hours in Terraria. So, if he does, yeah, also watching Small Ant earlier today, so good example. Oh, yeah, I actually really do love his runs. It makes for a really good background when making art, too. But yeah, if I could figure out how he's doing that, if he ever ends up, like, touching upon a run, and I get big enough, I might just message him to challenge him, and he'll say, well, what are your credentials? Does 800 hours in the game count as a credential? But But yeah, that's the kind of content that I would love to make on this channel. Not just 3D models, but you know, like some story runs, some challenge runs. I tend to like RPGs a whole lot more than like, you know, traditional PvP things. I don't mind PvP when it comes to things like Mario Kart or, you know, Super Smash or something. Something that's not supposed to be taken really seriously. I'm just not the type to enjoy a PvP environment unless it's like not serious. Oh, hello, forehead. Don't stick out like that. Okay. Now that we've got the face in here, I think we can bring back the reference. And save, 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 save. I used to love PvP games about a decade ago, but I'm about the same now. Yeah. Something about when you get older in age, you don't really like PvP as much anymore. It's not about like, you know, winning or anything like that. It's more along the lines of like, I don't know, it's just like you have a 9 to 5 already. You work your ass off daily. Like you come home and you just want to relax, you know? Like heavy PvP is just one of those things. We'll get to closing. Yeah, let's actually get to closing ellipse here. So I'm going to grab this one here and just kind of move it up a little bit. These two, or yeah, I'm sorry, this one for now. And just kind of even out that, pull it a little bit. Yeah, let's do this. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, the older you get, the more you like the relaxing games. Things that you don't actually have to, like, think too hard on. At least from, like, a very quick perspective. Um, I would say things like Dark Souls and Elden Ring tend to be a little bit of an outlier in that case because they're a lot more methodical. It's not about, like, twitchy reflexes for the most part. It's a little bit more like, okay, I need to think about my approach a little more before I bunker in. And there's always builds that tend to, like, you know, help with, like, oh, I can't move as fast as I used to, or I can't react as fast as I used to. Sorry, old man things. Okay. From here, we're probably going to have to do a little bit of overlapping. So let's actually grab this here and just kind of scale it way far down. Pull it up a little bit to give the lower lip some more room. I have to turn on X-ray here. Pull you up a little bit, you down a little. Getting this part right, it really does make a difference. And one thing to note is that these two verts that we've made that form... Let's move this bit out. Because when we're looking at the internals, this should form a triangle. And you see how this is clipping here? What we can do is grab them both, and then instead of merging, we snap the vertex to active. And then we move this to where we want both of them to be. Turn that off. And what that does, the problem with PvP is that I can feel incredibly draining energy-wise when playing with wrong people. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. There's a lot of people out there who they take it extremely seriously, like wildly so, and it's like sometimes you just have to take a step back and you're like, am I having fun with this game? Like, is this actually worth playing right now? And sad to say, but sometimes the answer is no, and that's okay. Like, everyone has their thing that they like to do, and some people just don't have the energy or the wherewithal to do PvP. I'm one of them. So yeah, like it also does depend. Yeah, that's pretty much what my conclusion was. Yeah, because it's different when you find people who aren't taking it seriously. Like they're there to have fun. They're not really caring about kills because, because the reason why I say I like those other PvP games is because it's more of a party atmosphere. There's less of a chance of people going, oh, I'm gonna take this hyper seriously. This really matters in the grand scheme of things, and that because like they're party games. Like no one really tries to take them ultra seriously. But when it comes to things like League of Legends or Valorant or all these things, it just is so emotionally draining. Like I mean, it could just be like a you and me thing, very, but like I don't know, like does anybody else feel like that? The problem is more people who take it incredibly seriously, the more people who don't end up take it incredibly seriously, the more people who don't end up leaving. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I might be dumb. Okay, let's go ahead and smooth this out a bit. Yeah, now we got a nice lip. That's good. We might need to add less of a nose dimple because it's a chibi. Or like a less of a underside for the nose. So let's go ahead and modify that a bit. As the people who take it really seriously increases, the amount of people who don't take it seriously decreases. Yeah, yeah. It is definitely a monkey see, monkey do atmosphere. And everything changes when you have that one person in the room is just like, I am chaotic neutral. I am here to have the best possible time. Because most other people are just like, you know what? I just won't care this time around. Okay. So, this is one of the main reasons why you don't want to have the vertex snapping on for the face, or the vertex combining on for the face, because this is beautiful when it's closed, and then when you open it, you just grab one of the vertices and then you separate them, and then you have a really nice separation when combined with the surrounding geometry. So you pretend like they're combined together while the mouth is closed, and then you fix it during the animation, and nobody's the wiser. I'm just going to kind of straighten out the mouth close here because this is going to be the primary. Yeah, because it's okay to have vertices overlap each other when the result is it looks like they're together, which usually means something like this, where aside from these over here, they're overlapping because I just want the mouth to look closed. But these two over here, if we look at it from here, it's not affecting over here, it's not affecting over here, because if this vert was going down like this, we now have an issue on the outside. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't look like anything's wrong. Just a little cheeky trick that I ended up picking up by, believe it or not, analyzing the Genshin models. It's incredibly hard to do things that look wrong when you know they were correctly starting out. Yeah. That's one reason why I started out with the mouth open, because if you start out with the mouth open and it looks okay, as you start closing it, it still looks okay from a perspective of like, oh, I know I can fix this up during animation, then everything should be fine. Because right now the mouth looks good closed and we know it looked good open. Gonna kind of smooth out the chin here a bit. Let me take a drink of water here real quick. I know we've been working on the face for quite a while, but it is literally the most important thing. especially when it comes to VTuber models. If the face is wrong, then people will immediately say, "Oh, this whole thing must be wrong then," because the first thing biologically humans look at uh, is either the breasts or the face. I'm just spitting empirical facts here. If the boobs are big, it's the boobs first and then the face. And I know for certain that's not just a man thing, because there's a lot of VTubers out there who do the eye tracker challenge, and the first thing they fail at is the breasts. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm fully aware of learning character modeling. The main reason I've restarted so many times is the face always looks off. Yeah, that's why I'm getting this right. It helps really well with proportions. Like, if the proportions on the face are accurate and the topological count isn't really bad, then you're golden. Because you can figure out everything else from there. Let me just kind of move that around a little bit. That way I can add a little bit to pictures. Stop getting in the way. Sometimes I wish Blender lets you clip through pictures. Okay, so that should do it for the face, outside of the fact that... Not you. You. Okay. We need to go here, and let's try... Okay, so the chin is a little lower. We can work with that. All right. And grab this, move that lower. Nice. Chin. It's hard to line up sometimes with references. They're not always the easiest thing to try to get right. And then sometimes, because you don't want to affect the mouth, you end up with something like this, so you kind of have to go in and modify things a bit from there. Having a little bit of that dimple would be nice. We're probably not going to go for the exact character, but I do at least want to get the face shape right. So we're going for the style of Chibi, not the exact thing. Let me just quickly smooth out some of these blocks here. This is why it's my favorite tool in the entire program. Just because as long as you don't grab like something that has a disconnected edge, you can grab like one block and just kind of smooth it a little bit at a time, and then you get a very, very nice curve. Let's kind of smooth this chin a little more. And you seem out of place. So we're just going to try to straighten this here. Alright, but let's go ahead and get more. My current workflow, I started out with two vector art and then do the eyes, eyelashes, and eyebrows at the same time, because I know if the basic face doesn't look good, I'm just going to restart later. Yeah. That's definitely a hell of a killer. Like, making sure that the basic face is okay is one of the major things to really make sure. Okay. From here, this, yeah, I grabbed the right one magically. We're gonna move this up a little bit to add a little bit of curve in there. I'm gonna have to add that curve up here and then pull it along up here. And we'll pull this in a little bit Okay. So from here, we'll just go ahead and make a few lines like this. Doesn't necessarily have to be perfect at this point, because we're probably going to not show very much of this. But I'd still like to get it in. Maybe flatten this part of the head a little bit. Yeah, good curve. And from here, to close this off, I'm going to grab these over here. Might stop there. And then pull that in so that we get that line there. And then extrude it outward. And connect from here. Let's see. Also, the side reference can be such a trap when getting into character modeling, especially the eyes. Yeah. Okay. That, maybe not that. The topology ends up a little wonky. So we're just gonna try to move these in a little more. Okay. So we know for certain that these need to connect. And then this needs to pull out to about there. So that means that... Oh, wait, hold on. We'll pull it out after we get some more of these in here. That way we can add the line through all of them. And one more. Yeah, this should be the point. So we need 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. And then proportional edit. I now disregard the side reference almost entirely. Yeah, it's it really does like absolutely depend. There are some things to gather from a side reference, but it's definitely imperative that you don't let it control your entire workflow. Actually, come to think of it, we might have an easier time adapting the back of the head. Because we did keep the back of the head mesh. So if I were to go in here, and let's turn on X-ray. Just kind of delete that face. Hello, side reference. Thank you for saying hi. I'm going to join those two together. We'll get rid of this. And now I just need to add enough loops for it to circle back around. Learning the hard way, not to rely so hard on side reference was difficult. Oh yeah. We got, let's say there's 2 lines in there. Yeah, 1 line in there. One line in there. There's another line here. 2 in there. And in theory, if I were to link all of this and smooth it, bring back our side reference. Yep. This should work. So, time for the satisfaction fill. Yep. Here we gotta lurk for a couple of minutes while I help my parent. Yep, no problem, no problem. Then we will correct the shading. Just gonna smooth out the back of the head here. Hello. Why did you connect? Ah! Hit F1 too many times. Okay. Or several too many times. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. That's why it's important to check. Okay. It's not... Oh. Shade smooth. Shade smooth? Where are you? There you go. Let's grab the back of the head here and smooth that out. We will smooth out this a bit. Okay. I think we got a nice chibi face and head shape. Some of those lines do kind of venture upwards towards the back of the head, but that's fine. Okay, do we have enough to work with to make the ear? I think we do. Just trying to even out the topology a little bit. Okay. This looks like a good, actually. Where do they have the ear? That's quite far back. So for us, that would be right there. And it stops at the eye line? Okay. That's different from what I'm used to. Extrude this, shape it a little bit. The round cube. Here we go. We can turn that off now. Pull this up. And then we're going to add a loop in here. Smooth that out. We're not going to do really fancy here today, because it's a chibi. It's not really meant to have a super fancy ear. So we're just going to get in here and try to make the overall arching shape. Okay, we need another loop in here so we can pull this back, that back at the same time. So this will be the interior edge of the ear, so we can afford to smooth this out quite a bit. And then this could get like entirely smoothed, because it's going to be a smooth ear. Yeah. So far as when it comes to modeling ears, most people tend to make a really smooth ear just because it's a lot easier on the geometry and they can let the texture work do a lot of the heavy lifting. Unless you're trying to do realism, in which case there is proper ear topology, but like it's so incredibly dense compared to like it's at least out of all the geometry that makes up the head outside of the current ear, I would say it's about half as dense. So yeah, it gets really like really complicated super quick. Okay. So while we're going around in here, making sure that ear has at least a decent shape for us to work with. We're going to add in some more. Hold on, just found something. Yep, there we go. This is why we keep checking. So, what we need right now is a little more geometry here. And in this case, it's okay to just bevel this area here and merge to last. It's okay for the ear to not have perfect topology. This is one of the reasons why we did the face first before we started doing this. So that we wouldn't have to worry about screwing with the face topology while we work on the ear. Because if I were to start, adding all sorts of loops in here, it could go all the way around the face. And that ain't good, Chief. That ain't good. So we can do the same thing for down here. These two, bevel, and then merge at last. At this point down here. And what we're left with is enough topology to get a vast majority of the shape that we need for the ear without having to do very much. Then I can move this over here. Edge some of this geometry over here. And this can be moved up a little bit. Give us a little more room to work with at the back of the head. This seems like it would be better off being a little higher. And then I grab this, pull it inward, this inward. Yep. That forward a bit more. And the last thing to do is to smooth these out a bit. Maybe move this down a little more. Yep. Yeah, that'll work. Little more smoothing. And gonna try to smooth it in with the rest of the head here. And maybe move the earlobe in a little more. So we're trying to get like a very cutesy, almost like half heart shape from the front when we look at the front of the body. Alright, I'll move this forward a little more. Well, actually, let's bevel this one. There's a little more control in here. And then so as to, oh, I have to do it on this side. Controls were inverted on the other side. Because it's the mirror modifier at work. Alright. And if we wanted to get an even smoother ear shape, then we could just, like, bevel this out. But, it's already kind of fine. The texture will take care of a vast majority of the rest of it. If I wanted to fix the normal, I would go in here and add another loop to give a degree of separation between the two. So I just subdivide. And then I can merge these at center. So that way it takes a bit longer before we start getting into the actual ear geometry. Yeah, I can probably merge these two. Pull you in more. And because I did that, I do want to give this a little more space. Smooth you. All right. Seems to be doing just fine. Now I can smooth these a little more. Merge it last. Do we have more control this way? No, we have less control this way. Okay. It's more about shape right now than it is about anything else for the ear. As long as we can maintain a certain shape, then we're good. Give this part a little more breathing room. And pull that in. And maybe pull this up a little. A little bit. This will function. Yeah, it should be good for now. Okay. Water. Don't forget to stretch. Okay, let's see. So, that's fine for the head right now, aside from the cone head elements. That's gonna bug me. Gonna fix that real quick. That much. Okay. That's good. So from here, let's take a look at both of our references. So the neck starts around there. Okay. And how big is it? What? No way. It's only one big? Huh. Okay. Here. Where is it? I'm gonna use my loop tools to get a circle. And then delete that. This edge is 6 verts. Probably could work with that. Definitely need to double check. Is this really? Yeah. What? Okay. Very small neck. That's not what I expected. Okay. And I'm going to grab the full thing and just kind of smooth it out a little bit. Going to add a loop in here. Don't really need it. Definitely need the smoothing though. Probably going to take this edge and bevel it. Just add a little bit more smoothing in here. Smooth you, smooth you. And side reference. Yeah. Okay. Scale this on the Z, and we should have... Yeah, this should be something workable. Okay, let's look at our front reference. Extrude, scale out. Let's try to get some part of the body working. So the hips start around here. Yeah, let's go here. Okay, then we'll extrude downward and yeah, let's scale inward to meet the groin region. Hello, non-circle. Get circlified. Is the loop tools add-on. It's really helpful. This one in particular. Not B surfaces is something else. They're both in the same category. Okay. Scale the inner loop X on 0. And we should have something to work with now. So what are we working with on the sides? Okay. I can work with the 2 on this side. So let's go ahead and get the reference lined up again. And the arm should start about there. And the legs, they do kind of end right there too. So we'll grab these two, extrude it outward. Probably going to keep her in a T-pose for now. Keep what we're making in a T-pose. So I just kind of want to get like a bit of a measurement of how far that arm needs to go out. So about there. And yeah, keep it nice and straight. And how many is this? 8? Let's keep it simple. We'll do edge select, because I don't really want to affect these edges here. I only want to affect the vertices. Okay. I'll probably have to pull it out manually then. Or, yeah, we'll affect that loop. And we'll grab all the loops of the body, pull them in a little more. Okay. And would that function for a shoulder? think so. So from here, we would like to create the loop that's supposed to go under the breast line. The primary loop that we have up here. That way. And we'll need one more subdivision. Now let's fix up the back here. Because this is way too sharp for the back. Okay. So for the shoulder to have good deformations in here, we would like to create an edge that circles from the top of the shoulder to the underarm. May not get there relatively quickly, but we'll get there in the end. I understand how the topology is supposed to be, but as for flow, that might be a different story, or how to get the flow to actually be there. So we might be doing a lot of this. But that's okay. The end result is the thing that matters, not the how you got there. Okay, well, one problem at a time. Pull that up. And in. Let's go ahead and delete that face. Unmerge that. And we'll be pulling this over and trying to get a general shoulder shape. Let's dissolve that edge. Yep, that's the shape we wanted. Okay, front of the shoulder is not quite right. There we go. And then we could subdivide in here and join those together. So shoulder definitely has to have this kind of shape to it. It needs to have an edge that flows underneath the arm, which we are going to fix up, you know, its location as we go. And it needs to have an edge that two of the edges need to go around like this, around the side of the body. And that is good for shoulder topology. And we have this one edge that goes from the side of the arm to underneath the breast area. And that'll work. Okay, let's go ahead and scale this down on the Y. Scale that down on the Y. Go ahead and smooth that out. Okay, so let's try to get some hips in. I'm going to extrude that, or some legs in. Pull this down, scale it in. Because the general shape we want is this loop here going around. And we can join this, fuse it here, and create our faces that go around. Okay. So, one problem. We need to have an edge that travels all along this area here that gives a degree of separation from the body and the leg region. Okay, what happened here? Well, let's say not a super hard thing to fix. Just gonna delete this. Merge that into there. Subdivide, because we do need this. We need this little curve here so that we can fuse these two segments together. Because the topology needs to run around going this way. Let's delete that. I'm gonna weld that at last. Weld that down here. Yep. Now the topology is flowing the way we want. Where is the... Okay, so right around here. will be the top of the abs area. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we can just inset. We need to apply the mirror, but that's fine. We can work with this. Yeah, merge its center. Or not. Yeah, let's just get rid of this interior face. Move this into here. We're gonna smooth out this area. Because we need the ab line that goes down to the groin area. Yeah, it's because there's not enough geometry. That's fine. What we do is we can go up here in the back area. And we can add a subdivision up here. Still gotta fix that. And then... what was that? Okay, then. Yep. Subdivide up here. And now we should have enough working space to clearly separate the leg. Yeah, I'm not an 100% an expert when it comes to poly modeling, but I figured, you know, there's enough people out there right now who are absolute experts. They know like everything that they're doing, and it just doesn't seem right that we don't have some people out there who are just like, you know, brave enough to try. You know, I'm not the best at poly modeling, but I do know topology, so. You missed turned to half an hour, and no problem. Yeah, we're on to making the degree of separation between the legs and the rest of the body. There we have it. And we're going to circle the leg here. And let's go ahead and hit that with a circle. And then a smooth. Also, you don't give yourself enough credit. Yeah. I definitely need to work on a few things, but I'm trying here. Definitely not new to Blender, but, you know, some things are still an enigma. Yeah, I'm very, very used to sculpting a mesh entirely and then retoppling. And, well, you know, some people would probably say, oh, well, why don't you do that then? It's like, well, do you want streamer number 552 that knows exactly what they're doing all the time? Or would you rather someone more relatable taking on the challenges with you? I Just kind of figured there might be at least a little bit of a niche in there where people are like, I'm too scared to try because everybody else is so freaking good. So that's kind of what I wanted to do. It's better the way to do it the way you're not used to occasionally so you can improve. Yeah, I agree. So, well, this may not look like much at the moment. You know, trial and error, pushing myself past what I know into other domains. It's actually quite fun. It can be fun trying to do something that you don't quite fully understand. Or that you're not used to being able to deal with. So right now this may look quite bizarre, and that's just because I'm more focused on getting the right topology in than I am entirely with the shape. I'm not one of those artists that can just get the topology in and have it perfect from the get-go. Okay. I think it's time to try to get a little bit of a visual on what's going on with the leg area here. So we're going to shrink the knee area and expand the calf area. I can tell you know about proper topology. Yeah, that's one of the things that like I like to like highlight a lot when it comes to making models, just because it's so easy to screw up and not have a good mesh because of it. And if you don't have a good mesh, you don't have a good animation. Like, this, and end of story. Like, no matter how much you try to dress up something, if the animation is bad, you're gonna have to work a lot harder to make the shape keys. Oh, sorry, working on the wrong side. And I think it might be time to try to work on the glutes. So let's drag this section here really far in. We're going to join this area. Let's subdivide. Subdivide. And that's the shape we wanted at the end of the day. Alright, no problem. Okay, from here, I'm going to try to subdivide them and merge them at the center. Let's see. No. We can't do that because that's part of the shoulder. Let's actually move this out to where it needs to be. Let's grab the shoulder area and pull this out to where it needs to be so we can actually figure out what's going on in this area. Kind of jumping around a little bit, but, you know, sometimes some projects go that way. Okay. Actually, idea. If we delete this edge and then join this, there we go. Not only do we have it going all the way up, so we can actually have good back contour control for the spinal column. We have some pretty decent topology going down. I do kind of want to separate it. Where can we separate it? because I would like to have this segment as its own thing. So let's try cutting that there. And this here. Add a subdivision in there. And then merge that at last. So that we keep that shoulder area. Let's see. We can add in another line here. We need to. What do we have? We have 6 verts. Let me get a drink real quick. Okay. And what do we have here? We have 8 going down the leg. Yeah. So I'm probably going to add a line in here. And then try to move this up a little more to make that the correct area. Because we do want to. Oh my god, what is that emote period? That's so funny. Okay. So we basically have 8 verts or 8 edges. There's 8 verts going around and 8 edges going around the arm area, and we've got 16. Oh no, yeah, we got 8 going down the leg and the calf area. And that's kind of what we want to have. We want to have those at least even. For the most part. Yeah, you have quite a lot of really nice emotes, I must say. And we'll break away a little bit from the chibi and add a shoulder area, because we kind of need it. It doesn't have to be crazy, but it needs to be enough to make sure the animation is fine. I'm probably going to have to join this area here. It's not usually something that I'd want to do, but I've kind of run out of topology to move around in that area. Perhaps if I subdivide this here just to get what I need. I can figure out what's going on. I think it might be the fact that I don't have enough geometry over here. Only sub two channels to them when they have really good emotes. Yeah, that's actually really incredible, those emotes. I suppose that's probably one thing I'm not gonna do myself. Emotes. Oh, wait. I'm just dumb. Okay, that must be a groin area thing. So I need that separation. I'm probably going to have to get rid of this line. Yeah, let's do that. Which then lets me get rid of this one here. Yep, there we go. Because now I have a singular loop going around there, and I can control loops going around the neck area. There has to be that kind of separation. Alright. We're back on track, boys! They always show up when you least expect it. Honestly, do a whole essay on their emotes and their emote design as a whole. Yeah, it's actually really freaking good. Alright, this might be enough to actually get a butt in here. But let's make sure before we add the butt that what we're working with for the geometry for the hips is in the right place. I'm glad we checked, because this is not low enough. A little lower. I can pull that a little lower. This line can go a little lower. Yeah, I find doing topological studies tends to make a better model in the end anyway. So I just wanted to study that before I went about doing a whole lot. Now we're gonna inset for the butt and smooth. And pull out. And if we still don't have enough geometry, then we can always add more, because we have a loop around the butt. So the butt is a self-contained loop that lets you add even more geometry to get something that's really nice. Which means this little loop here, that's a part of the leg, needs to kind of bugger off a little bit so that we can have more control over our booty. And this needs to move up a little more. The legs might be a little far apart. Actually, hold on. This might be cooking. Yep, that's better. Because before we had them like really separated, but you can kind of see where, if I do that, you can kind of see where like the calf is gonna go. If I then expand this and move it up, it's starting to look like the calf is in there already. Shrink this a little. I've actually made an emote tier list based off of their emotes before. Don't show them that. You might end up starting an emote competition war. Second thought, do it for the content. Who knows? They might end up having fun with that. We're just gonna bring the overall body in a little more. Pull this out. Created the tier list for one of them because they wanted to know how they could improve. You know, that's fair. I'm glad it wasn't one of those things where it's just like, I've created a tier list of your emotes. You're not as good as the other person. But I know you probably wouldn't do that. It is a funny image, though. We do need more geometry in here. Because the groin area doesn't seem to have like a lot of leeway. So we do want this to be kind of like that over there, so it kind of fits a little better. No, it was about explaining uniqueness, multiple uses, silhouettes, how easy it is to tell emotes from another, etc. Yeah, that's actually really lovely. It helps, it definitely helps some artists a lot to hear, like, genuine feedback. That's, like, actually constructive. We have too many people nowadays that are just, like, they're a little high and mighty. They don't really, like, give good feedback. They're more concerned with just saying, bad, okay. But it's nice to hear that there's more artists out there who are just like going, you know, this could probably use some improvement, but you're really good at this. I think one of the major problems is the shoulder area is not in enough. Oh. Let's see. No, it's not gonna work. Generally, I would like to have... I guess that's okay. That does mean I have to move this up a lot more. Because it's not actually the end of the leg loop. I'm gonna have to add a bevel here. Not that many. And if that's the case, yep, it did it around the front too. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So now we have 10 edges around the leg, which is fine. We just need to adjust a few things to get it to be, you know, better. Does mean we can probably... Yeah. The reason why I did that, they had the fish emote because they have a lot of fish VTubers in their chat. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay. Now we have the bullet. We can pull it out more. Pull this in a little bit. Pull this in a lot so that we get a nice butt shape. Takes a bit of modification to, you know, get something going for the butt, but butt. Get there. Move this in more. Okay. We're definitely gonna have to add another loop in here, which is fine, actually, because I can just impart it upon the entirety of the mesh there. And we'll modify it as we go along. That needs to go in there. The chest is really far out there. Let's pull that in. Especially this part. The middle segment. It's a little too far, but when we grab all of this and smooth, it should be a lot better. This should end up being the collarbone. Oh. Alright, alright. Pull that down. Yeah, that's what we wanted to see from the front as well. Kind of bouncing around different spots on the mesh. I'm probably going to create a termination loop somewhere in here because I need more vertices to work with. For the body itself. This is fine because this is like the clavicle area. I just kind of move this down a little. Why did I get into 3D art initially? Believe it or not, the reason being is the hilariously, I was really into the Little Big Planet when I was about a teenager because you know, there wasn't really a whole lot you could create with when I was a teenager. And like most games like Halo 3 kind of fell out of style for a while. So basically what I ended up having to do was I went on Little Big Planet and tried to make some things, and me and my friend just had a lot of fun with it, and I just make more things, and you know, it just really, you know, kind of wholesome, if you will. We would just screw around with, like, there was this Pirates of the Caribbean map that added water to the game, and it also came with like a sea monster. So we made some really crazy nonsense with that and just went about saying, okay, so if we have a sea monster, we need a ship. And we made ships, and it just try because like we made the ships out of things that the sea monster could break. So we would basically play who would not get sunk by the sea monster first. And that kind of the memories of that just kind of stuck with me and just made me go, okay, well, I want to try the next game. And that game had the ability to make any kind of game you wanted. And that was so magical because back then that was like unheard of. Like, we couldn't think of anything, like, nothing else came close. The game had like its own method of programming and like its own method of like doing checks and calls and everything, and it was so unique. And I loved seeing all these people make these crazy things. And so basically what that evolved into was that company, same company by the way, hilariously, their next game was called Dreams, and they went one step further. So it was, instead of it was like any Little Big Planet game, it was any game at all. And I tried working with that engine, and anyone who worked with that engine could tell you that it worked off of metal balls, if you're familiar with what those are. They are in Blender. They're, let me say, save real quick. There are these things here that when you add more of them, they like kind of semi-merge together. And they had a method from which you can like get rid of parts of a mesh with them. And so that's all they could work with. You couldn't do any vertex edits or anything like that, and nothing fancy like what we do here in Blender. And eventually I got to the point where I was like, I can't make anything crazy or like really, really nice unless I like, you know, worry about how much I could do. Because I saw these people making these like complicated hands, you know, like the regular kind of hands we would make in Blender. And it just was taxing the rig. It was taxing because it was a PS4. So it was just, that severe amount of limitation really like drove me kind of mad. And my friend was like, oh, have you heard of this thing called Blender? Like years later, after like Blender started kicking off. And well, Bob's your uncle, here I am. Sorry, kind of a long story there, but that's kind of how the journey went. It was just a long journey of like dealing with limitation after limitation, working in engines that just couldn't do what I wanted them to do. Until eventually I got into, you know, a powerful enough computer to start learning Blender. Long story, but really interesting to listen to. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Um, yeah, one of the things that blew me away was that if you know anything about Little Big Planet, it was the original one. It was like a Mario kind of clone with some grabbing abilities. And it was really interesting. It was so cute and like unique for its time. But it had some faults to it that made it difficult to work with. And then we got these like crazy creators that made like absolute insanity, and no one could figure out how they did it. So what ended up happening was this guy made an actual FPS game out of the things that were inside of this Mario clone game. And oh my god, it blew my freaking mind. Because I was sitting there like, how? You know, you ever sit there like looking at somebody's art and you're so like phased by it that it's just like, it's almost like, are we good? Are we good? OBS, are we good? Uh-oh. Barry, are we here? Okay, OBS is working? Okay. I'm just checking YouTube right now. Yep, yeah, we're still live. OBS said we disconnected for a brief moment. I was like, oh, gotta check everything. Ooh, okay. Crisis averted. Okay, So this is the line that's the bottom of the breasts area. So let's kind of bring that down a little. We might deviate a little bit from where their design takes place. People making 3D games and 2D games. It was technically a 3D game, but like the camera angle we all thought was fixed because it was a 2D game. Like we could take care of it for like cutscenes. We could change it, but the way this guy did it, it was full first person. Like all of the assets, everything, like even the menu, and we were like, how? Like just it's like watching one of those guys that like says, "Oh yeah, I made like I made like a like the Lil Tune thing that I was talking about earlier. Like I made a Lil Tune character. It's like the equivalent of I made a Lil Tune character with like a fluffy tail that is not lagging out VR chat, and it's like it blows your mind so much you have to stop what you're doing and just like hold your head in your hands. So that really inspired me to like want to make things. Because here was this guy that just he did not care. He blew the engine wide open. Like even the devs looked at it and they were like, we need to hire this guy, and so they did. They actually hired him for the next game. So it was always cool to hear stories like that, because you don't often hear, like, a guy wowed the devs so much with their own engine, he got an in. But yeah, that was just how it felt back in those days of, like, dealing with that stuff. Yeah, it doesn't happen often, yeah. So when you see it actually happen in front of your eyes, it's just like, it's like, you know, you have to golf clap for the man. He went absolutely insane. He rocked that map, and he deserved every ounce of credit he got for it. So they got him to make the more complicated levels in the next game. And, you know, that's kind of the dream, right? Like, you make something so amazing, you impress the right people, and now you're doing insane things. So I kind of wanted some of that for myself. So I said, I'll give all sorts of things a try till I find something I really like. Alright, we got a nice looking butt now. Had to add a little more geometry to it, but we probably, if this was an actual person, we would definitely need that for the feet. But this is going to be a chibi, so we're going to work on a little bit of termination on the geometry as we go down. Let's see. I think I could just terminate the geometry here. Let's check how that looks. Seems fine. Pull this in a little more. One of the funny things about geometry in Blender is that if you study a lot of models for games, like I studied some, you know, like nude Dead or Alive models and everything from like 2B from Nier Automata, a lot of their geometry is super dense and not all of it makes sense. But the parts that do are the parts that are most affected by animation. So it's definitely interesting to see how their approach was as long as it's not affected by geometry and we can basically rig the normals to look right in different ways, we don't actually have to pay that much attention to our placement of geometry. We could terminate loops in places that don't make sense so long as it doesn't affect the main body. And seeing that firsthand definitely helped with my thought processes and like how I felt as a 3D artist, because at the same time it's like, oh yeah, I can make everything absolutely gorgeous, or I can make everything gorgeous where it needs to be, and then all the parts that don't actually need to be insanely beautiful, I can hide my faults. Which it sounds really bad, but in practice it means a 3D artist gets to focus more on the things that actually matter, like the face and the clothing and getting everything right, because no one's going to see the mistake. You know, it's kind of like a dog sweeping the turd under the rug. I mean, what? I'm the same thing. Uh, forgive the analogy, but yeah. You know, if no one's gonna see it, no one cares. But just hearing that as a 3D artist is extremely uplifting, because we actually deal with a lot. Like, to get all of this topology right, to get our animations right, and then we move on to the people who like actually, do this for like a living, and they're out here making models that would make some lower people's rigs cry, and then we've got the VTuber model makers that are just insane. Like, I follow one of the really big ones to keep up with like what they're having to deal with, and oh my god, please be nice to them. The stuff that they have to deal with, it's like nightmare fuel for me. They have to like make all these like minor adjustments for the various engines, different variations. Everything has to work smoothly from one engine to another, and it is just absurd. It's just crazy. Like, when it's actually laid out before you, the things that they go through, it's like making the model and rigging it is like, I want to say it's not even half the battle for them. It's just like, yeah, because when I took a deeper look into it, it's just so, it's almost mesmerizing that they have the wherewithal to go about doing this day in and day out and asking for more clients that would want ever increasing demands on things. I mean, I get it. The clients need to be able to advertise their work and what they're doing, and that's completely fair. And it could just be audience demand. As someone who wants to get into that, it's not what you want to hear. Yeah. Granted, there are a lot of big VTuber artists that are actually trying to spread awareness of really, really, really good equipment and gear and things that you need to know. Like, I know I'm not, big enough to give like a real shout out, but like, there's a dragon VTuber artist named Mao who like actually dedicates themselves to making sure that people know what is expected of 3D artists these days, and the kinds of things that it actually takes to make something worthwhile in the VTuber space. And they really, really, really work hard. It is so insane. One thing that I have heard that they work in a guild, so that might be something worth looking into. Like, seeing if you could find more people to work with that could take care of some of the things that you're not the best at. Which lets you have more clients, which lets you pay the bills, and, because at the end of the day, we all want to make models, those of us who are 3D character artists, we all want to make models that make people happy and, like, make us happy, but, Uncle Sam demands tribute, or wherever you're at, the government demands tribute. So, we have to find ways to make these incredibly like unintuitive or like just difficult workflows work for us. And it is nice to hear that a lot of people are willing to help you make a model as long as the deal is okay for them. Which, at the end of the day, as artists, we shouldn't be trying to compete. We should be trying to help each other as much as possible. Because when we're talking about 3D art, it's so long. The process is absurd. Like, some of the things we have to deal with are just head-scratchingly painful. And sometimes we take on more work than we can chew. And, you know, we love it. We love being that crazy person that does the thing that everyone else is like, yeah, you're too crazy. Definitely have to be on a time limit due to Uncle Sam having to wait for money drop. Yep. Yep. He's out here camping that money drop. I can't fucking get a kill streak because of him. But yeah, having to work in that kind of time constraint really, it breeds creativity because people are getting kind of creative with how they handle some of the issues. But it also breeds, you know, wanting to take some kind of shortcut anywhere, and that's why I really like add-ons. Because while there's lots of shortcuts in the add-ons, there's no demand that you have to use the ones you don't like, and there's no crazy amount of like, okay, well this one will do the whole thing for you. Uncle Sam constantly stealing arc drops, yeah. Taxes, am I right? Especially as a freelancer. Dot those T's, cross those I's, put the decimals in the right spot, or be scared as fuck. Or Uncle Sam's kill streak is coming for you for certain. Alright. I think we're doing pretty good so far on the body. Let's check the side view. Okay, just gonna draw that one in a little more. Probably smooth this out a bit. Yeah, let's smooth that a bit. That's working out a little too much. And what's the vertex count looking over here? 10? I think we can work with that. I may want to add more, but by, you know, beveling this area here. But we can find out. If it was actual fingers, I know that 6 and 12 is usually a good amount. 6, 12, 18. Just because the amount of vertex is needed. But we might be able to make 10 work because we're not doing like full fingers today. Oh, hello. Hello, side view. I see that the calves are not thick enough. Because while we are making a chibi, I'd like to at least make them a little bit voluptuous, you know? Like, poor girl gotta have some meat on her bones. Let's go ahead and move that out here. The reason why I'm vertex sliding everything, you know, the lines, is because it helps smooth things out, typically. Okay. The reason why the shape looks off here is because this line here, if we go ahead and just kind of try to affect only these ones here and not so much the front, we can kind of pull it a little better into place so we have a better shape. Yeah. And then we would want to do something similar with this area here. Let me make sure that everything is shaded smooth. Yep. By the way, tried to find the mall person only to see Big Cube. Yeah, that was my that's the post that went out. Yeah. I had to think of something, and I was like, oh, what's a funny post I could put out and just like have Koban chase a big cube? That inside jokes that like Blender artists really get. Uh, to define a little bit of like what that joke is about. There's a joke that goes around in tutorials about like the real way to destroy the Blender cube, because when you start out in Blender, there's like this cube that shows up, and most people are like, delete the cube. But a lot of people took that as like a challenge to like find ways to make the cube just vanish in really weird ways. So I just kind of wanted to play in that a little bit and make something kind of funny with the cube. Delete the cube, create new cube. Yeah. Every tutorial, every time. It's so funny. The best tutorials are the ones where like they take it with like a really humorous approach, because like there's like I forget, there's like a built-in I forget which add-on is it that adds like it adds the round cube. It's one of the built-in ones for Blender. There was like extra objects. So they say delete the cube, add fancy cube. Because when you spawn in, let's see, where is it? I'm losing it. Round cube. When you spawn on the round cube, it has like a vert radius of like 0.2, so they call it the fancy cube. And then you put it to 0.1. You put it to literally 1 radius, and it becomes, you know, like the cube we started out with. It is sometimes funny to see, like, if you look at art tutorials, like how how much the artists have lost their freaking minds. Yeah, the fancy cube is better over the spheres because basically, if you grab the sphere, you run into issues with like having this one merged point at the top, which does not look good under almost any circumstances. Like if I shade smooth this, it looks fine until it moves a little bit, and then like you'll start to get artifacting under some kinds of shading. And especially if you're trying to make really smooth shade items, it doesn't always look all that great. And it does not make good for good topology. Yeah, the fancy cube, like, I'm surprised the fancy cube has become default. Yeah, no kidding. Because like when I try to add an edge loop in here, it terminates over there at the top because they're fused together. And I physically can't add an edge loop here at all unless I grab all of these points and subdivide them. And that takes forever. So, fancy cube is only cube. Praise be to the fancy cube. Okay, we're going to pull this in, and since this is the knee area, we're going to want to pull that out. But first, let's add a little more geometry in here for the knee area, and pull it kind of in, so we have something to work with. So we're going to pull out knee area a bit. I think there's many add-ons. I just manually make fancy cube with subdivision modifier. Yeah. Add-ons definitely help drastically with your workflow. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm a very big advocator for add-ons because if it's something you're gonna do over and over and over again, and it does not tax you as an artist at all, I don't see a point in wasting your time making it again and again and again. Because if it's not going to tax you at all, then it's not even remotely going to help you get better. And if it's not going to help you get better, then, like, let's not do it. let's let an add-on help. In here, I'm going to inset here, then Control plus, grab this. And I'm going to smooth out this area so we get the bare minimum of a functioning kneecap. Yeah, it helps save time. It's definitely worth it. Yeah. as long as it saves you time and it's something you already know how to do, there really isn't a point in doing it that many times. Like, for instance, I have an add-on that I am going to be using called Auto Rig Pro, and it helps with rigging lots and lots and lots of characters and creatures and sorry, especially humans, because it's very good at bipedal. And the reason why I use it is because I already went through a master class of how to rig and have learned that it is not worth rigging a human, the body at least, over and over and over again, because it's going to be the same thing for every basic human body until you get the clothes and accessories in which case the add-on does not help with that, and I'm on my own on that, which is fine because, you know, you gotta need something to keep you on your keep your wits about you when it comes to 3D modeling. But the thing about add-ons is they get you 80% there. You are not they're not your one-stop shop to do the entire job for you, and that's what makes them different from using like AI. Say, for instance, because I can use all of these add-ons and they will help me, but if I don't know how to fix them, how to fix the problems that may arise because the add-ons don't know how to go 100% of the way, then, you know, I'm still kind of boned. But that's still 80% of the work that I didn't have to do myself, so that I could focus on the things that really matter. You know, like getting the cape to look beautiful, and like getting its bones working really well. Just like, for instance. Because the funny thing about being a freelancer is you kind of have to take it as both equal parts I'm an artist and equal parts I am my own businessman. And if it's something, if you just keep doing repetition over and over again, yeah, you'll get good at that, but you could have been challenging yourself in ways that couldn't be automated and give you really interesting results that make you stand out. I definitely want to try doing it myself a few times before I rely on anything. Yes. Try it yourself first and learn how to do it. That's the main point I'm trying to get across, that you want to do it yourself so that you understand how it works, so that when the add-on can't do this very specific thing that is different from the you know, the other models that you've tried making in the past, you're not hard stuck on it and you won't have to give up the project. It's not meant to be a be-all, end-all solution. It's like, you know, it's like duct tape. You could try to duct tape a car together. It's not going to work for very long. But it will certainly help you get there if you're trying to, you know, hold a part in place, or, you know, like trying to, like, you know, gauge something out before trying to finalize something. Or you're just trying to hold something off till you could replace your upholstery. Just trying to give some kind of comparison here. But, a lot of the add-ons are, like, really simple stuff, but at the end of the day, it really is dependent on how much you want the add-on to work for you. I've got, like this add-on here, Wiggle 2. Wiggle Bones is used by almost every single artist. Given the internet, I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually attempted a duct tape car. Yes, they have. I have seen that. That's why I made the reference. Someone duct taped the majority of their car together. It was absolutely hilarious. I'm not sure where you could find the image anymore. I saw it when I was a kid. So, yeah, basically this add-on, Wiggle 2, is used by almost every single VTuber artist. Why? Because it's used to simulate physics on bones within Blender. Capes, skirts, everything. Long sleeves. They could simulate it within Blender based upon their weight painting and their rigging without having to pull it into Unity to test it so that they could then go back into Blender. And yeah, they skip the back and forth by using the Wiggle Bones add-on. And so there are some add-ons that are just like, I don't know how I lived without this before, because it's more time consuming on you to not have it. Like, I have some add-ons like, you know, Simply Cloth and all of its add-ons to like help me make cloth and whatnot, but that still doesn't prevent me from having to make the cloth myself. It's because it basically helps simulate cloth to get the folds well and all that. But I still have to make the right topology and still follow the correct tactics and everything like that. And if this can't do it, I still have to figure out how to do it myself. Another thing artists can't live without is this add-on, Abnormal. It is so needed. It adds a quick and easy way to edit the normals of a mesh. So, as we all know, like, this mesh itself will not, as majority of us who, you know, do a lot of 3D modeling would know, and I'll inform you guys now, this mesh itself, it looks really nice, but when you decide to change the lighting on it and try to get good lighting and all that, and do things that involve the normals, these normals wouldn't look very good. Because they're kind of pointing all over the place. So when I set up when I start this add-on here, after I select the object, it points in the direction of all the normals, and I could just hit, let's say, A to grab everything. Normals target spherized normals. Usually you would want to grab like just the head for the spherize, but you could also say smooth only the selected targets by a certain amount. You can average all the targets in a given direction. You can actually use this to reset all the normals to their basic vectors, set from faces in particular. You can actually rotate these using the rotate gizmo to force the normals to give you a specific kind of shading. So Abnormal has saved a lot of people's lives because they have to make a model that needs to be in a lighting environment that needs good normal mapping, and they cannot afford to have a, you know, like, well, one, they need to combine a normal map with, like, you know, this is custom normals, which are saved on the mesh themselves, and it's not a part of any normal map. So if you're using, like, say, a shader that doesn't like normal maps, this is the only way you're going to get the normals to look good. Take a drink here. But yeah, there are all sorts of add-ons that can get you, you know, some of the way, half of the way, none of the way. And it really is just dependent on the parts of the workflow that you feel confident with already, and the parts of the workflow that you think you still need to work on. And I say use add-ons for the stuff you're confident with, because there's no reason why you should have to do the exact same thing 500 times just to make a living. But that's my whole, you know, speech about it. Other people may feel, you know, differently, but yeah, I should research more add-ons. Yeah, I definitely agree, because, like, say for instance, I am a character artist at heart. I can make environmental art, but there are people who can make it a lot better than I can. And if I'm gonna do a model showcase, I would rather focus on the things that I know how to do, which is make a beautiful, really good animated model, rather than how do I make a tree, how do I make a, you know, how do I make a street, how do I make all these things that, like, they're for the environment artist to do. Now, this argument doesn't work if, you know, you're trying to be a 3D generalist and do everything yourself, but at the same time, that's going to take you more time to learn how to do all of that. So what I have is an add-on here in my asset browser. These are from Simply Cloth. They don't work for everything, so I don't tend to use them all that often. I try to use them to see if I could scavenge something off of them, but most of the time I make my clothes myself. But if I were to type in, let's see, tree, I have an add-on for trees from which I can bring in this tree asset, separate it from the Blender assets, and modify it from here. So these Sakura trees, I brought in and fixed them up for my ending screen. So the Sakura petals themselves were not something that I did, but I redid the wood texture. And because, you know, this add-on has it has a license that lets you use it commercially, I just thought I could sit here and learn how to make a really good tree over the course of 3 days, or I can get an add-on that will help me get every kind of tree rather than having to learn every kind of tree, which would probably take about a week, to be fair, and all the types of wood and, you know, the leaves and all that. Have that taken care of for me so that I could spend that week doing what I actually want to do, which is character modeling. It's the same, what's this add-on called? I made a mistake and had to refresh the webpage. Which add-on, Viri? I've been talking about a few of them. Just try to describe it. The one with all the trees and stuff? There are a lot of them, but the one I particularly have is more for, let's see, where is it? Preferences. Enabled add-ons only. Yeah, I have a lot. You'll have to give me a moment. The one I have is specifically for like grass and trees and stuff like that. I mean, the one at the bottom with the clothes and all the other models. Oh. Oh, okay. You mean both of them, or just the clothes one? Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's not an add-on. Give me a moment. It's actually a environment thing. The trees and all that, they're kind of like cell shaded a bit. They're stylized. It's called a Flora paint. And the clothes is one of my favorite add-ons to work with. Simply Cloth. If you could buy it in a package, that's better because you could get Simply Cloth, Micro Mesh. Yeah. Simply Wrap Pro, Simply Micro Mesh, and Simply Cloth. Simply Cloth lets you simulate cloth and sculpt cloth based upon the meshes that you have, or the meshes you could import via the asset browser. Now, the meshes that you import, you might have to learn how to mess with, and so that they could actually, you know, simulate and pull to your mesh properly. It's definitely a lot more like 80%. But if you make the clothes yourself and then you simulate them in Simply Cloth based upon the presets, which there are plenty of presets. Oh, asset browser. I wasn't aware asset browser was a thing. Yes, if you buy assets from the Blender market or anywhere else, it's as simple as, let's see, preferences. Is it under system? But one of these tabs here, file paths, asset libraries. So you basically tell it where you want the asset library to reference, and then you just buy whatever assets you want that are marked as an asset. To mark an asset, you just go over to asset, right click, and mark as asset. It is that simple. When you mark something as an asset, you just have to save the blend file and move it to where the directory is for your assets in your library. And from there, it'll show up in the asset browser. So you can make a base mesh of anything you want, including this Chibi model. and just go from there and just re-import it to wherever you want it. Be sure that when you're importing in the asset browser, though, there is one thing you do need to change. You want to change this to append. So import the asset as a copy data block with no link to the original asset. That means that it will separate what you brought in from what's in the library file. Otherwise, they're linked. So that's why when I typed in tree here, these ones have a different shader than the trees that you would get from the add-on itself for the wood, because I made that myself and I kept them linked, so I wouldn't have to change them again. But yeah, just some simple things that really, really, really help. One final thing on here. Simply cloth is for cloth. Micro mesh is for it is a little heavy, but if anyone who saw this my Ollie model, I used this to make chainmail and then rendered out the chainmail with lighting that I liked and turned it into a tileable texture so that I could then make chainmail as a texture for the Ollie model. And then simply wrap is, well, it's like adding shrink wrap to something. It's just a little more complicated and has more options than the shrink wrap modifier. And if you get the all of these add-ons in one, you get all of those assets as well that I have. So, sorry, I had to geek out about add-ons for a moment because I love them. If they can save me 80% time off of something I already have done to death, I will do it. But yeah, that's just kind of like the mindset that a lot of 3D artists are at nowadays, where if someone who is better than us is already creating something, and we want to hard focus on a specific topic and not be a 3D generalist, there's no rhyme or reason why we have to learn literally everything under the sun. We can rely on each other to do what we're best at. So, long story short, this entire segment has been aped together strong. Just aped together strong. Okay, I think we're doing pretty good on the shoulder area here. We kind of went a little bit obsessive with trying to get some decent shapes in here. But, okay, we do want to get, even just a little bit of a dimple in here at the back of the leg to just kind of try to help with how it's going to bend. And I'm not going to say that even with my proper topology, the weight painting will be perfect from the get-go. It absolutely will not. But I will be much closer, and it will be a lot easier to get there because of it. Okay, let's see. Yep, that's the main calf. So let's pull that out. Pull this out a little bit. And I think the base of the foot is fine. Honestly, just start looking into Blender tips and tutorial channels again. So much has changed since Blender 2.79. You have no idea, man. Some of these Blender features have made me nearly spit out a fucking coffee, let me tell you. Yeah, especially, like, there was a feature in 4.1 that kind of left me a bit speechless. Oh, by the way, you are at least going to want to have 4.1. Not for the sake of like you don't really need it for like working. But 4.1 is the late is one of the versions of Blender that has a functioning MMD tools kit. It took me a little while to find it, but I could probably upload it onto my Google Drive if anyone's interested. But it's a blend. It's basically the 4.1 special version of MMD tools that like for some reason the like version that they're claiming is like the official version doesn't really work for 4.1. I had to dive into the comments to find this version because this guy went searching through all of the versions for 4.1, you know, the stable, the unstable, and all that, to find this specific one that let him import things like Genshin models and other MMD models so that he could study. Because that, I believe that is the fastest way to learn in Blender. Not just learning from someone who knows what they're doing and, you know, can teach you some tips and tricks, but to grab a model from a game that you like, a style that you like, and literally tear it apart. Figure out how they did it. I had no idea about the Asset Pack browser because it didn't exist back when I originally learned Blender. That is true. That was one of the things that made me spit out my coffee. Because I was like, are you joking? It helps let you, you know, bring things in again. I'm aware of MMG, but I never learned anything about using it properly. Here's the funny thing. It really isn't about using it properly. If I had it here, basically you click on it, you hit the import button at the top. I don't have it on here because this is 4.0. I have 4.0 for work and 4.1 for MMD importing. You click on the import, and it actually is really simple. You just don't fix the this checkbox that says fix the geometry, and it literally imports the model damn near perfect, like textures applied and everything. So if you could get your hands on, like, say, a Genshin model or anything like that, you can learn how they did what they did instantly. Like, the model is there, the rig is there, get this, because it's from MMD, they still have the collision bones in there. So if you needed to learn how to do collision bones, they're brought in as empties when you import an MMD model. So it's actually really interesting. I was wondering why I need to use it. I can see importing MMD models for studying could help. Yep. Like, I had to explain this to a friend of mine recently. I was like, they were like, oh, why are you bringing in these models? And I had to tell them, it's like, because I could try to figure out through trial and error how to do this thing myself, or I can import a model for someone who's already working in the field, knows what they're doing, and can already do what's expected of them. And when I put it that way, he was like, you know what, I get it. Because, you know, what's the next best thing outside of buying a tutorial from someone who wants to charge for their crazy expensive tutorial because they have to pay for their clown college? I didn't say that. Well, it's, you know, importing a model that they've made that you can learn from. And we're just going to forget I said that clown college thing, right? I usually a trial and error kind of person, at least when it comes to modeling. Well, you see, one thing you can do is learn how they did it and then trial and error to figure out how to make it work for you. Because the way they do things isn't necessarily a be-all, end-all. we're making the foot like this because we're making a little chibi model. So I'm just gonna kind of spread out the vertices here. And since the more models you analyze, the more you're gonna come to the realization of like, oh, so there really isn't like a pure rule book for this sort of thing. And it is so liberating. The thought that's like, okay, I can be a little quirky with my modeling. I don't have to be perfect with everything. And just having that in your back pocket to say is, I don't know, there's just something about it. It's like, I don't have to be this perfect person that gets everything right 24/7. Like what my brain makes all the other model artists look like. Because I don't know, I'm over here scrolling on Twitter and I'm seeing all these like really beautiful models, and I'm sometimes I have to stop my brain from thinking, God, they're so much better than me. And I have to like realize I'm like, they worked their ass off for that, for all of the knowledge that they have, and they absolutely deserve it. There being neural is exactly why I want to figure out what does and doesn't work exactly. Because these are models that are in specific animations, like they do certain things. Like you grab a Dead or Alive model, you better goddamn believe that they took all the shortcuts in the world, but the jiggle physics are perfect. Trying to figure out why, well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Like, what could they have gotten away with their models that need to have absolute perfect jiggle physics? And as a person who, who wants to, like, get into, modeling for VTubers, you gotta know how to get that jiggle physics. Like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, that jiggle physics is, if it doesn't drop the sunglasses, So, yeah, at the end of the day, however you can get there is however you get there. In 3D modeling, the end result, we're going to bevel in here, because that adds a really nice curve to what we're working with. And if we add another loop in here and pull this up, that adds even more geometry for the knee to work with, which we can actually we can either keep or get rid of at our leisure when the rigging process. But yeah, figure out how everybody else does things. Like, it really is, like, like once you think about it for long enough, it's like, why have I not been doing this? Like, sometimes I actually wonder, like, if I wasn't, so shy of talking about other 3D artists, I might ask, someone like Mao, like, how to do this thing or whatever. And, might maybe just get an answer. I mean, if you don't, didn't learn anything, but, you didn't lose anything. So. And that's just kind of the way that I'm trying to move forward. Looking at things, trying to say to myself, like, if they don't respond, then they're probably busy. They probably don't have time. But if they do respond, I have nothing but things to gain. And, I might be able to say something to them that might be useful. Honestly, have learned a lot just from talking to you on this stream. Thank you. I am absolutely trying to help. Like, I want to do this for a living myself, but I personally don't have the wherewithal to learn all the stuff it takes to make the VR chat models and all that kinds of stuff. And I applaud you for wanting to. Like, learning how to make a model that's actually good for animation outright will make things so much easier on you. Like, absolutely easier. Okay, what are we looking at here? All right, I think we're actually good with the legs. We're going to do a final check on the legs themselves to make sure that they at least somewhat match up. Yeah, we might be a little taller, but that's okay. The knees look like they're in the right spot. The hips are in the right spot. We might be pretty good to move on to the arms. Get a drink real quick. But yeah, one thing I really do like about, you know, whole, like, look into making models that, from other people that are making models, grab some goddamn popcorn. This will be some of the funniest shit you have ever seen. Because I am out here looking at Genshin models and laughing so hard at how bad the topology is sometimes, but it's in a AAA game and it's still functioning and the animators are godlike, so it doesn't matter. So I'm over here just like laughing all of my worries away about being a bad, like saying, oh, my mind's like, oh, I'm a bad 3D artist, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. And then I'm over here looking at these guys going, unga bunga keyboard, and just straight out making the most insane thing that does not make any, like, logical sense to my brain about how it's supposed to function in animation, and yet it does. In a setting that, you know, if it didn't work, it wouldn't be sold. Like, the characters wouldn't sell. It's not like a traditional game where, like, oh, this character is not that great on animation, but everybody else looks good. It's like, they spend God knows how many man-hours making these characters, and their entire income as a company for like 3 weeks or more is straight out dependent on how good this character looks. This is both funny and incredibly interesting. Yeah, it's just like, you have how much parts of this model literally on fire, and it still looks good in animation. You goddamn wizards. But yeah, there's actually, you can actually find it very easily. There's a Google Doc that the MMD community uses to spread the models to everyone for Genshin models. And you can get a model from a specific version in a specific outfit. Am I saying that, you know, Genshin models are the be-all, end-all of learning? No. But because they're so easily gotten, and it's so easy to avoid, say, getting a virus grabbing them. Because, you know, there are some people out there who are not quite as savory. They're not doing this for altruistic they're not sending out models for altruistic means or anything like that. I'm just trying to be realistic here. It is easier for you to go for a model type that is not just easy to obtain, but easy to study. And of course, you could go out of your way to find, you know, other models from other games that other communities are, you know, trying to spread the love on. But at the end of the day, start with something that you could get easy. I'll have to find the Google Doc at some point. Do I have you on? Oh yeah. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you in a core later. I actually have it. You see, benefits of being small, a small VTuber. I don't necessarily have to not endorse these things. I can send out a few things that aren't actually, you know, stealing from people. And funny thing about Genshin, if you were to look at one of their models, it's not illegal. As a matter of fact, most of these models, if not all of them, they are shared on the Bilibili site in Chinese. So the link you'll find leads you to Bilibili. Crazy, right? They're actively giving away their models. so that people can learn. This is like an unprecedented level of next move play. Because if more people can make models like their stuff, then their hiring practices are going to be pretty good, wouldn't you think? I honestly really think it's an incredible business move that more developers should do. Yeah, the more people that learn, the more people they can hire. Yeah, it is a massive big brain move by the developer. The more you think about it, it's like they release every single model for every single version. That's so massive. That's goodwill. That's good marketing. Like, I don't know what happened to their like character balancing team because they're on vacation constantly. But when it comes to their team, when it making models and like trying to get more people that can make models for them, they're on point. Like some of the people in that development house know what the hell they're doing. All right, so for this little chibi, we're making a hand that is just going to have all of its fingers fused together, just to keep things kind of simple at first. In the future, I'll make models that are, a lot more detailed. But right now, we're going to give them a thumb, and we're going to just try to shape the hand properly as if all four of the other fingers are combined together. So we're just going to extrude this. Smooth it a little bit. Let's turn off this so that we don't accidentally do it wrong. Bend this over here, and that's going to be the fingertip. So before we can actually get the fingertip in there, we need to add another loop, and we're just going to kind of smooth this a little bit so it starts becoming a little more circular around the edge. Smooth that a little bit. Let me go ahead and hide that part of the arm link, hide all the rest of this so it doesn't get in our way. And after we scaled all of that, we'll scale this on the X to make sure that it's still kind of flat here, and then move this out a little bit because the way the thumb joint works, it actually goes a little bit higher than the rest of the wrist. Nitty gritty, I know, but I mean, we're here to get things right. And since this thumb is going to be pretty important, we're going to add a bevel in here. Because it's going to be one of the only joints that is actually here. And then we'll grab all of this and just scale it. Just like full on, just smooth it with the smooth tool really hard. Then add a control +1, smooth that, control +1, smooth it again, one last time, smooth it again. And now we've got the start of something that could turn into a thumb. I've got a massive interest in game development, so I love learning about all this. Yeah, it is really cool that we can get so easily the models from games, because God bless people that rip models from games. Like, you are doing the Lord's work. Thank you. Like, straight up shout out to you. Fucking hard salute. 07. You are literally saving the industry by allowing us to study things that a lot of developers don't let us even touch. Okay. So from here, because it's got that shape in there, and because we need a little bit more room to control the palm, we're adding another loop in here. So I'm just kind of carefully doing this by hand, vert by vert. It may not be like the best way to go about it, or like in some cases I can go, line by line. But we're trying to make the thumb as smooth as it needs to be, so that it doesn't look wrong. Because even though this is a very low poly hand, we really don't want to get a lot of the details wrong. And actually, especially because it's low poly. Because low poly, problems in low poly show up a lot more than if you had a high poly thing. Because you have a lot more leeway to work with. I didn't actually think I'd like 3D art when I started. I was more interested in programming, but after I got started, I pretty much completely dropped programming and got obsessed with making stuff in Blender. That's fair. You know, that's actually fair. You know, that is kind of how life goes. Like, you just try things until something fucking clicks in your brain, and you just go. Okay, so we need to move this part of the hand down more. I know that's adding, you know, making this part a little sharper, but we need to get a little bit of, like, a contour shape in the hand, like this. This little general arc here. And we're probably going to increase the arc a little. Actually, no, we don't need to. We'll grab this up here, move these up. Yeah, because we need this. The central line needs to be at the center of the hand, and the center of the thumb, which means we need to move the thumb up, but it's fine because we need to do that anyway. So that part of the thumb will go up. This part of the thumb will go down just a. Not that much, just a little bit on this side here. And then we're going to grab this part of the thumb here and pull it up and smooth it a little bit more. And because the thumb itself has a weird shape to it, I'm very much am the kind of person who wants to learn how to do everything, but I'm aware of my limitations, only so much time in a day. Exactly. But the same methodology that I'd said to that you can employ for regular 3D for those models for characters, you can employ to the add-ons that you buy to deal with the things that you don't have time to learn. Because you bought it, you can now take it apart and study it at your leisure. And that's massive. You may have paid for the asset, but now that you've paid for the asset, it's yours to do what you please with, so long as, you know, it's so long as it has a commercial license, but that's a different story altogether. But as long as you're not using it commercially, for the most part, it's fine. And if you check the license, it should be fine if it says commercial use. Like, the add-ons that I recommend, they're all commercial use. All of them. Mostly because... Sorry. Getting late in the stream, getting a little hoarse here. Mostly because I didn't see a need in buying an add-on that I couldn't make use of in a later project that really mattered. So that's kind of how I buy my add-ons. So if I, you know, recommend something, you can be assured that it will be something that you can use in a project. I am very picky with my add-ons when it comes to that. Okay, so this part of the hand would go out a little more. And then we'll smooth this hand a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Smooth that a little. Get a nice, tiny contour going. And smooth that a bit. I refuse to use or buy anything I can't use commercially. Exactly. Like, there really isn't a point as a 3D artist to buying something that I can't use commercially. Like, I don't care if the thing says, oh, you have to modify it heavily. That's fine. Like, I probably intended to do that anyway. But, you know, if it from the get-go it says no commercial use, I I would avoid it entirely. And on that note, I'm sorry to say this about all of the developers of car add-ons, but do not buy car add-ons if you want commercial use. Like, because of the way car licenses are purchased for use in games and other media, they do not have the license from which to say that you can use the car in their add-on pack. It is not their fault. I wish that it was differently, but this is just what happens. I would have even avoided if it had said it would need to be modified heavily. Heavily is subjective. Probably, yeah, probably true. Yeah, I would definitely look into the history of the artist before buying something that said, like, heavily subjective, or like, sorry, heavily modified. You have a very valid point. Yeah. Personally, I have actually run into something like that. My first stream ran into a bit of a problem. I ended up using an OST from a game soundtrack that did not like being used. Its name was Undertale. And I know Scott Coffin, really great guy, really, really, really nice dude. But screw the license holder that he went through. Because apparently they're the ones making claims, and he says, well, he did say he would never actually charge for the claims or, like, go after people. It's still, a lot of time out of my day to, like, go in and modify the VOD to get rid of anything like that. Or not Scott Coffin, it's Toby Fox. My bad, my bad. Thank you for the correction. I can be sometimes stupid. And, yep, that's my bad. Thank you very much. But yeah, Toby Fox went through, like, the wrong kind of person to license his music. And that company is copyright striking people on YouTube. And they do so without discretion, even if Scott Kaufman said it, not Scott, fucking, why did I say that? Even if Toby Fox said it was okay. I do not know about Scott Kaufman, but let's just confirm that right now. I do not know what are his terms for using his music. I would love to learn. So, also, I've seen an essay going over the whole music debacle. Yeah, it is not his fault. It really is not. Like, it's not Toby's fault. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, I wanted to, support the man because he made a great game, and playing his music just ain't gonna be a cheap, I guess. It's fine. I removed it on now, so it's not going to affect me in the future. Yeah, live and let live. He didn't do any real harm. Or the company itself that he licensed under didn't really do any harm to me, so. That does mean, however, I'm certain to look at whatever license they have and avoid giving them free advertising in the future. Because they wanted to be mean about it. But yeah, stuff like that is why I prefer to make everything myself if possible, or commission someone, or stuff I can't. Yes, that is generally the safe way to go about it. There are some things you can use that you don't need to have special permission to go through because the authors have said it is okay, or they just don't copyright claim on their regard. Like, the music I'm using now is from Terraria, they don't claim, and a little game made by the creator Pirate Software known as Heartbound. he had he says you know, you can use his music for any stream. He will never claim, and that has been true so far. Both of my streams have had his music, including this one. Sorry, if I include this one, 3. And he has not claimed. So, you know, great dude. Just great dude. Okay, I think it's time I add a few more verts in here, and this should be good. The same thing could have been said about Undertale at one point, though. Yeah, yeah. But I looked into it. Terraria actually owns their music, and they're not giving it away to anybody. And Pirate Software also owns the music for the game that he made. Yeah, I am being careful. One burn is more than enough for me. Thank you very much. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna make this vert go higher. This one as well, because we need to make a bit of a cup shape in here. Whoop. Just lock the view. Yep, that's that. And pull this up a little bit. Smooth that out. And I think we have a nice looking hand for this little chibi. Alt H. We're gonna add a couple more verts on the arm just to have them there for animation's sake. Going to add in some over here so that 1 second, we want to get this first. So let's go ahead and bevel this times 2 so we can have a nice arm in here for the chibi. Well, actually, let's make it a little smaller on all fronts. Dissolve this real quick. Move that up a little smaller. I might be overly cautious. It really does depend. Like, there's no way you could get screwed if you're extremely overly cautious, but I just probably not have to have anything I make it taken down. That is very true. But I also, I did my research, believe it or not, using Small Ant streams. He actively uses Terraria music constantly, and none of his stuff has had to have been taken down. So I'm just gonna stick with, you know, a content creator that I trust to, you know, make the right call when it comes to copyright. At least for the time being. Granted, that may not be the smartest move in the world, but, you know, I've watched multiple of his streams, and he's used it constantly. Like, to the point in which, like, it would be an outlier if now he gets strucken by it. But it's not really all that much of a deal. Like, YouTube actually lets you replace music. So, if need be, I'll go in and replace it and then remove it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I can work with it. Okay. Now that we have a majority of the topology that we need in here, I'm going to move the shoulder out a little more, like that. And then out like that. Ooh, we need to get in here and heavily figure out what's going on over here. But yeah, so when I was replacing or like getting rid of the small parts of those two that one VOD, it was only one VOD that had the problem. Uh, it asked me if I wanted to replace the music or anything like that, and I just cut out the parts, just a little skip inside of the parts where I was on the BRB screen and whatnot. Like it wasn't that big of a deal, so I'm chill with just letting it slide and just keeping what I have until further notice. Okay, that should be okay. Just gonna oh, not bevel. Give me one brief moment. I'm gonna go to the bathroom here. Be right back. All right, we back. Sorry about that. Had to have a quick bathroom break. And we're back at it. So, to make the elbow, we're just going to inset here, Control plus, and then we're just going to smooth it. And then Control minus, and let's Control numpad. Actually, let's go ahead and pull it out ourselves, because we don't want it to be too smooth. And we'll grab this one area here and pull it out a little bit. Okay. Just gonna smooth out this arm here and make it a little less of an indent on the elbow. Pull this forward a bit. That includes the arm. The wrist would technically be thinner if it was a realistic model, but let's take a look. Yeah, okay. Okay. That gives a little more leeway for the hand to mess around. Okay, and then we can bevel this, or we could just go ahead and add a couple more loops, including one there. And just kind of push this one out a little. Nah, we'll bevel. That way we can have a little more control over the shape. The reason why we're adding so many loops down the arm is because it makes it easier on the rigging to twist. Because this is the most twistiest part of the body. I know that's not a word, but yeah. We want to make sure that when the wrist twists, it doesn't cause any major issues. I think the last things we'll do in here will be to add a little more geometry going down the leg. Well, it probably would have been fine to, keep it as it was. I just don't want to take any chances on the rig and make sure that it has all the geometry it needs to get the right kind of animation. I wouldn't have thought the arm needed much regarding edge loops. Yeah, it's because you have to think about it from a weight painting influence. So if weight painting has 100 here, and then 66, and then 30 here, and then 0 there, when it turns, it's going to create. It's still going to have like this line here. These lines will still be affected, but if you have enough of them here and they're about equally spread out, which yeah should be all right, maybe. Basically, yeah, I'll probably leave it like that. Just maybe move this one down a little bit. Yeah. Basically what it means is that you're spreading out the influence over multiple lines, so it actually ends up twisting a lot better. That's why in areas that have a lot of bending, like, okay, so for the knees here, we tried to make them a little more topologically dense, so we have more to work with in the weight painting. And if we needed them more dense, this loop here circles around like this, so we could actually go away, empties. we could actually increase the loops if we really needed to. The legs themselves don't really bend all that much, so we don't really need to have a massive amount of loops around them. Or rather, the lower legs. We just need enough to give us the silhouette of detail. Let's go ahead and smooth you a bit, buddy. Okay. Let's move the groin area down a little. Because what we want to see from the side is that a little bit up and move the butt a little bit down. And let's go ahead and smooth that out a bit. I swear half of modeling is just look at the butt. It's big, it's round, it grabs your attention. What else do you want? Okay. So let's go ahead and, yep, smooth that out a little bit. And pull that down. And what we're usually looking for in this, pull this out a little more. Yep. What we're usually looking for in this is, let me save before I try using an annotation tool. We're looking for a curve that's like that. So the groin area, at least for a feminine, goes like that. Or, sorry. Mouse cursor, work with me. So it's like that, or like that, you know, just a little bit lower on the butt end if they got a bigger booty. For the guy, it would still be there. You just add whatever is supposed to be over here, and it would create more of a like that. By the way, I navigate Blender entirely different from how most people do. I use fly mode as an FPS camera bound to a side mouse. May I introduce you to a thing called a space mouse? A space mouse is basically a drone left-handed mouse. It has forward, backwards, up, down, left, right, in, and out. It's called a space mouse because it has even more possible movements than a regular mouse does. Because you could go in and out. I use it for I have one. They're really nice. I use it for texture painting because I use another program to texture paint. Not that Blender can't texture paint. It's just that the add-on that came out for Blender texture painting was not good enough when I first learned. So I went for, you know, the option I could grab, and I still use that option today because it was a one-time purchase. And I still like it, so. We're just doing some last smoothing here on the body. Clavicle needs to be pushed in a little more. We're probably gonna paint in the clavicle unless I can do it like this. Yeah, that should be fine. This works out for the neck area too, because I don't want, I was not aware of the existence of the space mouse. Yeah, it's actually really cool. If you have the spare funding, it works really, really well. In Blender 4, 4.0, I know it works incredibly well. I don't think it had functionality in like a really, really old version, but I actually really enjoy it. I wonder if it's booted up right now. Should be. Let me uncover it here. Yep, it's booted up. So this is a space mouse. I can do anything I want while I have this thing equipped. It takes a little while to get used to it, but if you've ever flown like a little, plane thing before, with the single joystick, it's fine. Like, you get used to it. Like, I just gonna zoom on the hand here. Kind of reaching out to grab it right now, but yeah, that's what it does for you. And you can also, because it's not counted as like actual like mouse input, you could draw while spinning. It's very strange but interesting. Yeah, I do really like it, just because in texture painting, there's a lot of angles that you'd have to try to get that would be a little harder to get if you didn't have full free range of motion from your left hand. Because it is a left-handed mouse. Well, if you're right-handed, that is. You know what I mean? So it's your non-dominant hand mouse that basically means everything else that you decide to do with your cursor is entirely up to you. And that gives you such a degree of freedom that I actually do really love that mouse. Is it a necessity before add-ons? Absolutely not. But, I personally could not feel like texture painting was as much fun without having the ability to just continually spin around till I got to my problem area. But that could just be a me thing. Hey. I think it wouldn't be worth it personally, but it just might be because I don't sculpt often and use Substance Painter for Slash Designer. Oh yeah, no, I don't have Substance Painter. That thing's too expensive. I have 3D Coat, which can pretty much do everything Substance can. It's just not quite as documented, but I don't really need it to do everything in the world. I do wish sometimes it had better documentation, but, I'm pretty sure you wish the same thing about Substance every once in a while. Some of these programs just don't get as much love as Blender. Jeez. Okay. Let's bring that back and take a look. Yeah, we're a little bit taller, but I think we're good. I just have one last thing that I'd like to check, and let's see. Let me save it first. I should probably stop relying on Substance Painter at some point, but Substance Painter is too useful for me to even drop entirely. If you have the money to buy it and use it, I don't see a reason why you shouldn't, because it is still a good program. But I just don't have the kind of funding that would allow me to buy something that requires that you keep buying a subscription. I'm not saying that Substance is bad. It does its job very, very well. Just simply that I don't have the funding to keep up with its recurring payments. I'm using a 2018 version. Oh, oh, that's right. Wait, how much was it? It was like some crazy number, right? Like 600. I bought it was like 300 for both. Yeah, you see, yeah, 3D coat was $300 flat, so I went with that immediately. Oh, let me. Unhighlight this. Then re-drag that in. Okay. I think we're pretty good. There's just one final thing I need to test, and that's involving this. So what I want to make sure is that the arm length is okay. So I'm gonna, what I'm gonna 3 inch total for both is 150 each. Yeah, that's a very good deal. My 3D Coat can do both of those programs' jobs. I'm perfectly fine. But if you could find a way to get it to 300 again, I mean, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't get it, as long as it doesn't have like a subscription. Because last I checked, it did. But I might be wrong. I might have just been dumb. Okay. So we need that. No. Okay. The arm might be too long. Let's see. Because we want to have... the fingers should be right about here. They're 1 time per minute at least on Steam, although they're 200 each now. Yeah. I saw the site. I didn't realize they were on Steam. Okay. Then we're gonna grab from here. Pull this out. Oh, too far out. That's it. I don't know. I don't think I'm ever upgrading now that Adobe owns it. Yeah, don't. Don't. Oh my god. Adobe, and they're like, we get to keep everything you own, and you have to keep paying us. That's so toxic. Hold on. We'll use that to measure. Let's bring that back. Yeah. Well, let's scale from the fingertips so we don't get it wrong. Because ideally, on the human body, your fingers when standing should just barely go past your groin area. Probably around here-ish. So this is probably a little too long. But if I go into annotation mode and check... Ah, okay. It's not the hands that are wrong. The groin area isn't low enough. So if I grab the butt area here, and then I take away some of this. Okay, how low should we go? Is that fine? Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. So I'm just gonna dissolve this. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I just want to slide it. Basically, I want to slide these around so that I don't lose all of the shape, because if I get rid of them, I'll lose all of the shape. I just want to lose a little bit of it. There we go. Okay. I think these are the last things that I really need to do. And then we might be okay. So before I rig the head, I think I want to mess with this a little bit. Also, I'm not very much a fan of the subscription model. I'm much be happy to save up for a one-time license, even if I decide to want to upgrade. Yes, that is my exact thoughts. I do not like subscription models. Like, they just seem really scummy because they could change the subscription at any time to whatever they want, and they have proven that time and time again. It just doesn't seem right to like try to support the subscription model when it's just going to bite you in the butt. Especially with these companies that just up and decide that they suddenly want to do X, Y, or Z, and you have no say in the matter. I don't trust Adobe, but back when I bought Substance, it wasn't owned by them. Fair. Very fair. Company mergers can always, like, muddy the water. Because you're like, please don't get bought out by this person, and it happens. Okay. Could probably do a lot more nitpicky refinements, but there doesn't really seem to be much of a reason why I would want to be extremely nitpicky at this phase. Past this. Just, well, hold on. I do not have OCD. I do not have OCD. I do not have OCD. Chant it away. Alright. So from here, I'm gonna take a crack at rigging it. And so basically, rigging with Auto Repro is super easy, so I just want to try it out. And this is one of the things that's really, really good about Auto Repro. Also, Substance Designer is probably near useless for character modeling. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of see that. Okay. Actually, hold on, let's just grab this. Let's not move it all the way up there. There! Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then just bring that in. Okay. Because we do want the armpit to be a little high up. Just because it's better for rigging. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to rig this. Failure or not, we'll find out. Full body. Okay. Where does it say? Add neck. So let's add the base of the neck. Base of the chin. Add the shoulders. Shoulder bones are actually best off being a little higher rather than the center of the arm. Let me go ahead and turn this on so that I have volume snapping. So that volume snapping snaps to the center of the volume, and then I can turn it off and do what I think is necessary to get to whatever the real center is. Add the wrists. And instead of on the surface, I'll turn back on volume snapping. And we get to the center of the wrist really easily. The spine root, which is the very bottom of the body section. We're going to add the ankles. Now, I'm going to turn this off because I don't want it to try to snap to the inner part of the leg. I'm going to move it back a little. Wait, should I move it back a little bit? I think for this test, I'll be fine. But I do need to move the ankle into place. Hello? Oh, it's grabbing the other one. Oh, okay. I don't know what it was grabbing there. Maybe the center of the item? Okay. The ankle should be on the line of at least one of the feet. And I might pull this up just a little bit. Neck count one neck bone. Spinal column, let's go with 4 just to make it better. No fingers. Actually, yeah, let's go fingers. Okay, go. And I give it a brief moment, and it's generated a rig. Limb options. Let's go ahead and keep the thumb. Get rid of all these other bones. And then I can place them in spot. Let's see. That should be good. And then if I turn this off, let's go ahead and move that down a little bit. Move that up a little bit. Actually, I think we do need the other fingers. Just need to scale them way far down. Where was it here? Okay. Yeah, let's scale them down and grab each one and move them out. This is my first time rigging a chibi like this, so we'll have to see how well this ends up working. Just going to spread out the fingers to roughly where they would actually be. Elbow. Get in place. And then the elbow needs to be slightly farther back than the center. Arms are okay. Legs are okay. I might want to move that back a little bit. They seem all right. The knee joint might be a little far forward, but we'll find out. And, ooh, oh. Okay. We move this down to here because the neck is very tiny. And I think we're good. Match to rig. Oh, okay, the headphone's way up there. Nice. Oh, interesting. I don't know why it's floating, but okay. I guess we can work with that. Now, outside of pose mode, we grab the mesh, and we're going to use a traditional binding method. The heat maps is the traditional binding method for Blender. Reserve volume. Let's do scale fix. It'll scale up the mesh and figure out the weight paints from there. Hit bind. Seems to have finished. Okay. Turn this off so we can see a little better. Not bad. A little bit of weight problems, but I can fix that. To represent what I was talking about, basically you can see it from here. It might take a little bit of smoothing to get it right, but if I were to do this and then go into here, and then let's say it would have to be these ones. Now you can kind of see a bit of the problem. Because if I got rid of those, it wouldn't maintain its shape very well. This is a weight painting issue. It's not... This is very easily fixed. Because it's just all about, like, fixing up the weights themselves. Or the shape of the arm. One or the other. How do we do on the thumb? Not bad. Individual origins. Rotate on the individual origin X. Okay, not bad. Gonna need to add more vertices in there. This is like one of the really big features of Auto Rig Pro. It just gets the character rigged and moving and like instantly. So you can tell immediately what's wrong. So let's grab this leg instead. This definitely seems incredibly useful. Yes. This is how you can test out topology before you truly commit. Like what we're doing here. So we can see that I may want to move this line down a bit. Or I could try messing with the weight painting later. Because this is not permanent. I could always rebind this. And I could always use a different binding method. But for the amount of errors that I actually have going on in this model, there isn't very much. It's all minor. And that's the power of having, you know, following the good topology flows, there isn't a whole lot that would need to be done to really fix it up. Granted, there are some things that this is the built-in heat maps. This add-on comes with heat maps and voxelized. I have a different add-on for voxelized, but I just wanted another skinning method. This method's good for clothing with the character, with their accessories. If you had like a lot of stuff on like the chest, for instance, this would rig it properly. And you would just have to do tiny touch-ups. So while this has rigged the body, you can see that there are some influences that I would need to change. And that's what I meant by it gets you 80% of the way. So from here, we'll have to call it a day here. But next time around, we can go right back in and figure out what we're going to do to fix up the topology, fix up the weight painting, and just kind of get it a lot better. But now you can see why I actually really love that add-on. Because if it's just going to rig the entire body for you, why do you need to worry about anything but clothing and, you know, like the accessories and the hair? All of that stuff is on you, but the body isn't. And it's great. You can also, let's see. Where are you? I think I might need to make it visible. It can actually update the armature based upon the updates, and it can export like a color set. You can actually export the model itself, and it will only take the bones that are inside of the layer that is called deform. So only the deformation bones will be taken. So when you add extra things onto the add-on, like, you know, extra bones, you put all your deforms on this layer, and every other layer is irrelevant. You could put whatever you want anywhere else. So that way when you hit export FBX, it will export the character and just the deformation bones, which for me worked out from the Bananas model in Unity. It didn't grab any control bones or special bones or anything, just nothing but the deformations. But with that being said, you sold me on it. I'm getting that ounce ASAP. Yeah, because what is that? Minor edits? Minor edits, and then you're on to the actually hard stuff? What the fuck? I'm sorry, but I can't think of any other way to place it. It's just like, this add-on's so good. But that's gonna be it for the stream today. We got the base mesh done. We checked it out. We're gonna have to do some touch-ups, but it was just touch-ups. The good topology won through at the end of the day, and as for all, you know, the part of the arm that like didn't deform like really well with the shading and whatnot, there are different shading methods and normal mapping methods that you could use to avoid that and still have it look really good. Most of which are employed in anime modeling anyway. So we're probably going to try to hop aboard that train and see where that leads us. But for now, that's the base mesh done. We didn't do the eyes or eyebrows or anything like that, but, you know, can only do so much in a stream that's already lasted like what? Oh boy. That looks like 4 hours, 45 minutes. So we did pretty good. Thank you guys for joining me. Next time around, definitely gonna have take on this challenge again next week. We're gonna go ahead and finish up more of it. But thank you very much. And this has been Koban. And next time around, we're going to tomorrow even, we're gonna be getting right back on the Nexomon Nuzlocke. I am not playing around anymore. I have done my research. I took it for granted first time around. We're going to play hardball this time. We got completely bodied on the first stream by the first boss, the first real boss. Not taking that lying down. So we're gonna try our damnedest to finish that Nuzlocke. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and if not, I'll see you next week. Stream schedule should be up on give or take Saturday. See you guys next time.